There we go. We're going to do a face mask tonight. Like every Sunday. Now we do this. Let's do a tea tree one, right? Let's do a tea tree mask because my face is all red. So I feel like it could do with some soothing. All right, let's see how this whole thing works. With Instagram. Yeah. Thoughts on Tesla roads? Will we get the no? I mean, maybe, but they won't be much. They're still currently controlled by humans. They will not be autonomous. That's for sure. It'll be like, do you want a random? Hi, Teasy. Do you want a random person sitting in like a customer service office, operating your robot that is in your home? Basically, just a remote, servant person. That's what you want, Teasy. Teasy on Twitch says yes. That's what you want. Sounds pretty good. Yeah. All right. My 5 head. We're going to do a face mask today again. Hold on. We're also trying to set up. I couldn't find my soft headband. Connect streaming software to go live. I did. Because it's not working. Modify. Let's see if it works at all on Instagram. Yeah, I'm trying to do Insta. Is it, D? So Instagram Live is not working from OBS. Do you know what movie? It is Michael Myers night again. Today we're going to do a Cica tea tree soothing mask because my skin's a little red. Yay! Okay, D. So I feel like, I gotta do this thing first. Gotta use toner first. Why isn't it working? It is face mask time, Yaga. Hold on, let me try to get your chat up. Oops. For some reason your chat isn't popping up on my multi-chat. Yaga. Best burning ever. Ain't that the truth? Yaga, can you try sending me another message? I'm trying to see if it's connecting with YouTube. Hasn't popped up in a while. I bring the whole YouTube on your shoulders. Okay, there we go. Now we're connected. Okay. Probably just close this. Who cares about this? For now. Okay. Cool. I'm waiting. I'm supposed to be, today, the experiment What's IG doing? So I'm trying to connect through the website, but it's not, and gives me like a stream URL and a stream key, and I put those in, I input those, but it's not working. Select which streaming. Huh. Probably just doesn't like me. Oh, thank you, Tiger. I do that, don't I? Talk about the news. All right. That's good enough, probably. If it isn't, well, who cares? Really. Select where do I set that? Where do I select that? Okay. Live video. Add a title. Audience. Public. Let's just go to public, I guess. Next. Copy. Modify. Let's see. Copy. There we go. Okay. Is it working? No. It's not working. Oh, there it is. Is it working? No. There it is. Now it's working. Yay. Oh, but this is annoying. I can't. All right. Okay, it seems like it's gonna be working. Are you guys gonna be my moral support on Instagram? I'm really afraid of going live on Instagram. I know, right? It is gonna be annoying, right, Tiger? They want to silence me because I'm their harshest critic. Yeah, TZ. I think that's it. Zuck knows what's up. Trump will save TikTok. Okay. Listen, if he does, I'll give him props. I'll give him mad props for sure. Damn, I already don't like Instagram Live. I already don't like it. It's already like forcing me. It's the way it's cropping in on this. All right, fuck it. Should we just do it? We're just gonna do it. Do you guys want to find me? Some of you want to find me on Instagram? Yikes. This is terrifying. Okay, I guess I'm live on Instagram. God, I'm so afraid. I don't even know how. I don't think I can like. Oh my gosh. Hi. This is my first time I'm live on Instagram, guys. I'm multi-streaming. Yeah, perezbrenna, it's the same. The problem is I can't add it to my multi-chat either. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. Okay, whatever. I don't like this at all. I don't like it. I don't like that I'm on Instagram Live now. Welcome, Instagram Live. Hi, Ethan. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I have so much less control on Instagram Live already. I can see. Ah, okay. On Sundays we do face masks. I'm gonna need to get some guests up on here soon. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel like so much more insecure about this whole Instagram Live thing. Good Lord. Is God in here yet? Or is he still alive? Halo, do you want to come up? Ethan? No, sorry. It would be cool, though. I would like it to be green, too. Do I think Elon will buy? Hi, Maddie. Oh, my God. See, this is what I'm saying, TikTok. People I know are on Instagram Live. This is what makes me so uncomfortable. Hi, Maddie. Person I know from IRL. I do not think so, Maddie. TikTok is not for sale yet. I really fucking hope he doesn't also, because that would be terrible. Oh, here, I've got some guests coming in here. I think that would be terrible, personally. Also, I don't think he has the cash to do it.
That was fun. I'll just hold down the fort till God gets here.
Okay. Till God gets here. People on Instagram are not going to know what we're talking about. Oh, so nerve-wracking. Unfortunately, I can't bring the, wait, why don't you have TikTok, Maddie? I can't bring the Instagram live chat into my multi-chat to see it with all the others. What happened with TikTok? TikTok's getting banned, yo. TikTok is getting banned. The law was passed several months ago. They sued. It was supposed to. So there was a panel of 3 judges, like deliberating for about a month and a half, and on Friday they decided that the law banning TikTok is constitutional and that a ban can in fact go through. So now TikTok will no doubt appeal to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, it's unclear if they'll even agree to hear it. They don't even have to agree to hear it, if you can imagine that. If they do agree to hear it, hopefully... Sorry, one sec. Hopefully they will issue a stay. Hi, pretty. You can't see me on Instagram. How is that? Really? I've got 5 people on Instagram.
Yeah, you're there. It works.
Everything ends up on here. Yeah, but like... I don't know. I much prefer TikTok. The algo is so much better. It's so much faster there too, and it's more of a conversation on TikTok. You know what I mean? It feels so much more like a conversation. Instagram just feels like you're playing to an audience. TikTok, there's interaction between creators, all this kind of stuff. You got a whole ass community. We do face masks every Sunday on TikTok. I guess now we're doing it on Instagram too. I'm on YouTube too. Yeah, pretty. I'm on YouTube. It freezes on your end? Oh. You'll check it. Well, Maddie, it's too late now. We're getting shit canned.
Is Maddie a real person?
Maddie's a real person, yeah. Maddie's someone I know. Wait, Maddie, no, you can, if you want, Maddie, hold down the fort on Instagram. I need someone just keep an eye on Instagram live telling me how it goes. I don't need to do this. It's traumatic. What? Going on Instagram live? Yeah, it's pretty fucking traumatic. Pretty fucking traumatic.
No, I think Nan is talking about face masks.
Oh, face masks? Yeah. Oh, Lord. Thank you, Maddie. I know you're all real people, life. I'm not trying to... I'm saying people I know IRL. I should stop saying real people. I thought that would be funny, but I don't mean that to, like, as an insult. I just mean as, like... Woo! That was not fun. I don't want to do that again. Oh, now my dog wants to go outside, of course. Now, as soon as I put the face mask on, Rizzo is like, it's time to go out. TikTok is getting banned, guys. It is getting banned. I hate to break it to you. Moving towards that. You're not real. Android user. There you go. That's the spirit. Oh, good Lord. Riz, can you wait? Jesus Christ. We need God up here so I can leave you two to chat and keep my... Wait, Maddie,
Yeah,
can
I
you
thought he
hear...
was jumping over.
Maddie, can you hear when Ethan speaks? Start speaking, Ethan.
Hey, Maddie.
Keep talking.
Maddie, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, cool. Yes. You never
Sweet.
know. All right. Oh, yeah. Maddie says, hi, Ethan. Maddie and I know each other from college, if you can believe it. Okay. Oh, yeah, you'll be able to use it in Japan, if you're in Japan, Tiger. You'll be fine. It'll be banned in the United States. At 100 billion. Yeah. Well, honestly, TikTok, I got to double check. Hey, Riz. I got to double triple check this number, but I read somewhere that $34 billion of US GDP is from TikTok. So it's a little wild. But to only value it at 100 billion is a little nuts. That's less than 3 years worth of money that goes through it. It's Phantom of the Opera night, yeah. AKA Michael Myers night. It's Sunday. On Sundays, we do face masks. On Sundays, we do face masks. And destroy MAGA. Oh, Lord. There's people.
Is the tea tree burning yet?
No, I don't think it's going to burn.
Oh.
I wish.
That's what I like about tea tree.
I know.
Got that gentle burn.
That gentle burn. It is a little tingly, but I don't know if that's just placebo effect. Hi, Riz. You want to come up? You want to say hi to all the nice people? Oh, boy. Here's the dog. Here's the dog. Ugh. Okay, please don't lick my face mask, Riz. No. Tea tree's not good for dogs. You know that? Did you know that? Nope. Christian Bale corn. Nope. Nope. No. Stop, Riz. Rizzo. Yeah. Say hi, Maddie.
Surge. Goofball.
Gentle burn is how you describe your latest album. Love it. Love it. Tea tree is supposed to burn a little bit. Tea tree oil is a little caustic. The gentle burn of 2019 when you were with your ex. Gentle burn. Gentle burn of democracy.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Don't look at me like that. You're not getting this. You're not getting this. It doesn't for you? Damn. Well, Caglio. Witch hazel absolutely annihilates your skin. Well, I guess you win some, you lose some. Ay. This is the dog. This is the dog who all of a sudden wants to go outside. Of course, the moment I put a face mask on. You couldn't ask to do it earlier, huh? No, don't lick it, please. I love you. Ay. Lemonade? No, lemonade will probably also get banned, guys. It will probably also get banned. Clapper, is it, Caglio? I've been posting on Clapper as well. Lemonade, because it's owned by ByteDance under the same structure, it will also probably get banned. I don't know who started the rumor of it, like, somehow being the way to avoid it. I mean, by all means, join Lemonade. By all means, go for it. I'm on there. It'll, if you join it through, yeah, that's true, Yaga. You're right. 34 billion is like pocket change for BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street, I guess.
Ryan, how can I get around the TikTok ban? I was thinking like VPN, but won't they also not allow you to get updates to the app itself?
Yeah, you can use a VPN for a while, but you will be breaking U.S. law Also, you won't be able to update it through any of the app stores and stuff. Also, your creators will stop making money from the app, all of them. And all the businesses, all the small businesses on the app will stop making money. There will also be no money coming in from advertisers in America. American advertisers will not be allowed to spend money on TikTok. So, TikTok will likely. Also, I'm pretty sure because the whole thing is like American companies aren't allowed to do business with it, I believe, is the whole thing. Like, American banks will not be allowed to do business with TikTok. So they will literally have to lay off their entire staff probably immediately, their entire like US based staff. They won't be able to pay, their employees. Yeah. Can they make money from IG? I don't think so, Maddie. Like I'm on IG. Like today I converted my IG account to creator account, but I don't really see like much of an avenue. Like people can subscribe to you, I guess, but I don't see like TikTok. What's cool about TikTok is like, firstly, the algorithm is way better. It's just, and it functions slightly differently. It's just a lot more community based in my experience. But then also they pay you like as a creator. I make money if my content is engaging. It's kind of like YouTube, right? Like TikTok recognizes that the only way they're able to have advertisers who pay them is if they have good enough content that people stick around on the app for, right? That and the algo. And so as a result, they pay their creators for making engaging content. It's like if you make something that's of a certain quality, they know, and a lot of people watch it and interact with it, then TikTok knows like, okay, well, you're part of the reason that we get money from advertisers. So they pay you for that. So that's how I get paid on TikTok mostly. I'm sure Instagram has some sort of like subscription thing. Oh, thank you, Maddie. There's, going to be some sort of, but I have like subscriptions available on TikTok. I have almost no subscribers, it's not really like that much of a thing. Most people, and here's the thing, I don't think people should have to spend money on these apps. I don't think that they should have to spend money for their creators because these apps are making money hand over fist with advertisers. So why are you also charging your users in order to pay your creators, to pay the entire reason your users are on the app in the first place?
I agree.
I have
I'm very
3 cents on.
anti-subscription, and I've died on that hill before as well.
Yeah. So
I don't like paywalls, even if they're small.
Sorry, TZ on Twitch is asking about Lemonade is like basically another ByteDance company. It's Lemon8. And they just rolled out this thing where you can sign up with your TikTok thing and you can auto follow everyone you're following on TikTok. But they have to first create a Lemon8 account. What are my thoughts? He's not really gonna. What do you mean? What are my thoughts on Trump paving way for amnesty for DACA recipients? He's campaigning on the absolute opposite, Irving. What do you fucking mean? My thoughts? That would be amazing. I would love it. It's just not gonna happen. I agree, Yaga. It is all about control. No one cares about our privacy. If they cared about our privacy, they would pass data privacy protection. That's very simple. You are none. You're going to lose your beautiful level 19 gifter badge. Ugh, I'm sorry. Lemon8 is based in Singapore. Well, and technically TikTok is technically ByteDance was incorporated in the Cayman Islands or something. So I hope it does too. ByteDance is Singaporean. Well, the owner is Singaporean. Redacted wants to join us a guest. Do we know who Redacted is?
I don't recognize, but.
Hi, Redacted.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Never redacted.
I love the Phantom of the Opera.
Thank you. Me too. I'm a big fan. Big fans here.
What do we do? What's our next? Because I feel like an actual physical protest about the TikTok ban is not going to go anywhere. But I feel like we've got some real traction with this adjuster guy.
Oh God. Yeah, careful by the way. I'm multi-streaming. I don't know what the rules are on Instagram yet, but
Well, I'll use generic terms.
yeah. Um God. What next? What do we do? I don't know. I'm hoping that because let's look up this $34 billion thing because I don't know if it's true. I keep repeating it. Let's double check it. Are you talking like in reference specifically to the TikTok ban? Also.
Well, I mean, I think that's important, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's as important as the whole class consciousness thing, like the guy in the comments said. Um, I feel like it's
Back on
important
it.
for the left and the right to realize that their interests are aligned
Hey, I mean,
against the ruling
I
class,
just gotta
right?
say, it's the left has always known that. The left has always fucking known that. That has been uh the whole platform of the left since the beginning. As much as like the right wing has always been like acted like it's a us against you, da 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 da. No, no, no. Like every step of the way, the left has been very clear on like left wing policies don't just benefit like small groups of people or left wing people. Left wing policies benefit everyone across the board, especially economic left wing policies. So it's time for the right to figure that out. I'm just going to correct you on that. It's time for the right to figure out that, yeah,
I I agree, but I don't think that these are very. I don't think these people are necessarily cursed with intelligence. You know what I mean? So what's the talking point we use to get that across? Because I'm guilty of it. I see that they use a lot of aggressive talking points, et cetera, et cetera. So in my mind, I thought, well, that's all they understand,
mm-hmm.
right? So let's same match energy. That clearly doesn't work. So I don't know how to water this down and spoon feed it to people if it hasn't already clicked. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't think there is spoon feeding it to people. I think people have to get hungry enough to eat what's in front of them. And
Oh, that's good.
thank you.
That's good.
I think and we've kind of been saying this because people have been asking me like, oh, what's the future? How do we think will MAGA ever you know like come around? Do you think there's ever any convincing MAGA or people in the country or the right? Da, 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 da. And I've been saying like honestly at this point um like this is awful, but I think these right wing policies are going to make people like feel enough pain that they're gonna
Yeah.
like it's I mean we see this we're in an extreme point in our history, correct? Like yes, for sure. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my glasses. I'm not wearing glasses. We're in an extreme point, a very unique and unprecedented point of our history, absolutely. However, there's certain patterns we see, right? Like it's a lot when people are unsatisfied and unhappy and when the economy is rough and all that stuff, they're more likely to turn towards something new or something that they perceive as a rejection of the current status quo. So it's not surprising that people turned back to Trump during this election. It's awful, but it's not altogether surprising because unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand how the economy works, how our country and laws work, and have no idea that most of the things that have caused them pain over the last few years are right wing
Oh,
Republican
that. Yeah.
policies
And I
and stuff.
mean, yeah. And I mean, American yeah, excuse me,
Exceptionalism.
exceptionalism. Thank you.
Yeah,
English is
exceptionalism.
hard. I mean, this was a global phenomenon, so this is not uh, isolated to America, right?
Right.
But that still, I mean, because I enjoy history. I've been doing a lot of reading and watching about cult deprogramming and what makes a cult and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Um, I don't see how it's not widespread, how people don't see the widespread parallels between now and literally 100 years ago, right?
Well, I mean, I'm glad
Um,
you brought up cult deprogramming, because that's kind of what we use a lot. When people are like, okay, if they're in a cult, how do you get them out of the cult? That, like, this, right? Like, people in a cult, you can't just tell them that they're in a cult. They're not just gonna like magically see it, right? They might,
yeah,
and you can't just be like, well, your cult is just like this other cult, and they're not gonna suddenly understand it. No,
exactly.
usually what has to happen is things have to get so fucking bad for them that they're like, something is wrong. Like, that's on it genuinely. That's how, in my, if I'm remembering correctly, because I've read up on cults because I find them fascinating. Like, the most likely way for someone to leave a cult, which has to be by their own volition, is things being so fucking terrible, that they're like, something is wrong in paradise, right? Like, a lot of cult things, it's this idea. There's like, I mean, they feed on a lot of things. They use a lot of tools. One of them is like, everything outside of us is terrible, and this is,
Yeah,
the way to,
this is the place to be.
this is the place to be. This is utopia. This is, I don't know,
How the
heaven,
world should be.
how the world should be.
Yeah,
Yes. But when things start getting really bad and people start being like, hold on, is this the way the world should be? Like, that's when they start maybe
and I- and I,
questioning enough
and I
to
think
deprogram.
that's what I'm asking is that, like I said, I don't think these people are cursed with an abundance of intelligence, but
I
I
agree.
I don't think that our job is to point these things out. We've already tried that. I think that our job is to make the connection.
Hmm.
That's going to be a much more impactful and lasting emotion. I just don't. I,
The
I don't
connection
know.
to, like, what, the MAGA
Like
individuals?
these things, yeah, like you said, these things are directly causing you harm. Statistics doesn't matter, information, data, any doesn't matter. You
Hmm.
have to use talking points, right? Like that's where the spoon feeding comes in.
I don't think talking point. I mean, listen, talking points only work if someone's willing to listen. And these people are just not willing to listen until, well, what they're willing to listen to is different, right? Like, the reason it's so easy, the reason right wing and fascist ideologies kind of pick up steam in eras of like economic strife is because they are selling these like magical solutions to problems that everyone feels. But like, these magical solutions that are like, oh, okay, like, all these negative feelings, you can blame them on something easy. You can blame them on an easy group or whatever. And unfortunately, like, explaining thing like these talking points, right? Like, being like, no, talking points that are like, no, it's not this group's fault. No, it's not this group's fault. That doesn't latch into people's brains when they are
Exactly.
feeling this thing. The best thing we can do is say it's the billionaire's fault. That's like the best fucking thing, which, by the way, I don't know why the fuck Democrats did not use that this, election cycle as much as they could have. They should have very much latched into, it's the fucking billionaire's fault. It's the billionaire's fault. It's the billionaire's fault. Like, when people look for a scapegoat when shit goes wrong. They're gonna look for a scapegoat. That's just how our
Yeah,
brains are wired. That's why
it's easy.
fascism, it's easy. It's easy. And that's why, and by the way, like, biologically, our brains are hardwired to figure out the cause of our pain. Like, that is our brain. That's how we have survived and evolved. Brains are hardwired. Like, okay, if you touch a hot pan, if you touch a hot stove, perfect thing. You can tell someone not to, like, you can tell a kid not to touch the stove because it's hot a million times. Some kids are still going to want to touch that stove and find out for themselves. Once they touch that stove and it's hot, they will never forget that lesson, right? Because their brain
Yeah,
is hardwired when they feel
it's the
pain.
most primal emotion. Fear and anxiety are the
Yeah.
most primal emotion, and that's something the right has been successful at.
But it's
That's what
but
they
it's
play on.
not just emotion. It's the fact that our brain needs to know, when we feel pain, our brain wants to learn a lesson from it, right? Our brain wants to know what the cause of that is. Like, causation is a very simple but very crucial part of how we are, like, of just cognitive function, causation. So that's why our brains are always going to look for that for the reason. And now we understand scapegoats, that's like the incorrect reason and stuff, but our brain always wants a fucking reason for why we're in pain. So you got to give people a very clear and easy reason that is like bite size and stuff. And that's why, yes, fascism, climbs in like times of economic strife and stuff, because that causes the most types of pain and most, easy to understand pain, like across the board and stuff. But that's why it's like, it's nuts that Democrats didn't just use the very fact that you can give people a reason, just like right up on a fucking platter. It's the billionaires. It's the CEOs.
That would be acting against their own best interests. I think that the left is less of a problem, but I think that they're still a feature, not a bug.
Right.
I don't know. I don't think that we need to ignore collectively the response to what happened in Manhattan, because I feel like that's a good in. I just don't. Yeah.
Oh no, I agree. It's funny. When I was in the shower today, I was literally listening. I was literally thinking about that. I was like, I might make a TikTok about this, being like, "Hey, Democrats, like, if nothing else, the one thing to take from this whole CEO thing and people's response to it is that that's the kind of shit you got to run on. Like, oh, you think people want you to be like polite and whatnot? No. People want you to be like, I will get rid of the fucking CEOs.
Fuck the system. Well, I mean, it's clear. That's what we saw in the last election.
Yeah.
The fuck the system. It makes you feel rebellious, right? It makes you oddly enough, it makes you feel like an outsider. It's the same emotions that we evoked during the 60s and 70s with Vietnam, stuff like that. People like to feel like they're making a difference.
Right.
It's,
well, not
I
just
don't know.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll give your live back over to you. I'll let somebody else talk. But I should be back around later on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenna, God's here if you want to take Rizzo out.
Rizzo went back in her crate. I think she was like, I'll take her out in a little bit. But if you want to hop up, God, bring you up. We're live on Instagram now, too. We're never live on Instagram, but hi, Instagram. This is my first time live on Instagram. I
saw Maddie in the TikTok chat. I wasn't sure if it was the same one.
Oh, is Maddie in the TikTok shop or TikTok chat?
Mm-hmm. Maddie Rose.
Yes. Wait, is this Maddie? Maddie, are you Maddie? Yes. Okay. Hi, Maddie. Did something happen to the IG one, by any chance? I just don't know. There's only like 2-3 people on there, so maybe. Hi.
Did you just make her get TikTok in the 11th hour?
What's that?
Did you just make Maddie get TikTok in the 11th hour?
I didn't make her do anything. Hi, Straight Edge, Sober Stove on IG. This is our first IG live. I fucking hate it. It makes me feel so exposed to people who know me IRL. It's the edge, B. Wait, what do you mean? It's the edge. Oh, you mean Straight Edge. Yeah, I know. Sober Stove.
What's up, Stovepipe?
Stovepipe. Pizza Steve. Straight Edge Stove. Ay. Yes, she did. Ay. Well, this is nice. Thanks for joining on Instagram. I'm so too many people know me IRL on Instagram. I can't believe I'm doing the face mask one. Of all the times to start going live on Instagram, we're doing Sunday face masks. Oh, sorry, God. I didn't see your thing. Am I going to be in the new Joker movie? Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know, Jimbo? You should do a face mask. Everyone should. If you got face masks, let's do face masks together, everyone. My boyf does face masks when I'm doing them on here.
I wish I had one, but I don't.
I bet you could make one out of egg whites.
Paper towels.
Paper towels, that too.
Chemistry experiment.
Yeah. Just slather some moisturizer on or something.
Oh, I was gonna go with something under the sink, like a cleaner product. Is probably not a good idea.
No, probably not. Pretty much like YouTube, which almost certainly costs Google/Alphabet way more to operate than it makes them. You really think so, TZ? You really think that YouTube brings in no money for Google? Google like loves unaliving products for no fucking reason. You don't think they would have gotten rid of a product like YouTube if it was making them absolutely no money? If it was costing them money? YouTube brings in tons of money, yeah. Let me look this up.
Serge, your beard is going to be a problem. But the spread-on ones, what are they called? The mud masks? Those are probably a better idea. If you have a lot of facial hair.
Yes, YouTube is profitable for Google. Damn, it's YouTube's ad revenue is what in 2023 YouTube's ad revenue was $31.5 billion, which was about 10.25% of Google's total revenue. Subscription revenue what generated 15 billion, so that's going to be another 5%. No. Yeah, 5%. So it's a 15% of their revenue comes from YouTube. I know, pretty, and I hate that it's gonna reward them like lobbying to get TikTok banned. I'm so over this shit.
Okay, now the mask looks kind of familiar, but I don't know which movie it's from. If you put like 3 toothpicks right in the front on the mouth, what movie is that? I've seen it. I just don't know what movie it is.
Silence of the Lambs, maybe, perhaps.
I don't know. Mayhaps. But it had bars in front of the mouth.
Yep. Oh boy. Yes. God, I meant to say this earlier because I was like walking away. I was using the restroom when you were talking about making your way through movies because you didn't watch movies growing up. So I didn't watch a lot of movies growing up either because, like, in my household, my parents were like, don't watch too much TV. Nah. And then I went to film school. So I was like, okay, I had to catch up on all this stuff. There's a list of, like, the 100 greatest films of all time. You could start there. They're not all actually great.
I did find that list.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. And yet she was a film major. Yeah. Right, Maddie. Maddie knows. We met at university. Is he talking about the Man in the Iron Mask? No, I think he's talking about Silence of the Lambs. Are you talking about the one where, here, let's pull it up.
I'm not sure which one it is. I've seen it on, around Halloween, everybody was wearing a mask on the TikTok.
On Halloween? Oh.
Yeah, during Halloween, everybody had their costumes on. And I've seen a lot of that mask, and then another one that it was like a mask with holes in it or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Matthew. This is my first time live on Insta. It's very limited on the options that it gives me, Matthew. I'm just doing it. I don't know how I feel about it. Too many people know me on Instagram. Mike Myers, Jason Mask. Yeah. The Man in the Iron Mask. God, there's so many masks, aren't there? Let's find them. Let's figure it out. Oh, sorry. So it's not 34 billion, it's 24.2 billion that TikTok contributes to the US economy. 14.7
that changes everything. That's almost no money.
Yeah, I know, right? Almost no money. Small businesses' use of TikTok as an advertising platform provided $5.3 billion in tax revenue to the U.S. government. $5.3 billion. TikTok's U.S. operations supported an additional of $8.5 billion contribution to the GDP, $2 billion in taxes, and 59,000 jobs. Jesus.
Only 59,000. Add 59,000 people to the unemployment.
Yep. Overnight, that's going to be great. We love it. We love to see it. Jesus. I have half a mind to call up my fucking congressperson and yell at him. While costing $50 billion to support, what do you mean? To support what? What are you talking about? No, pretty. No, as someone who
No,
is,
they won't be able to collect, but they'll be added to the list of unemployed people now.
I'm not sure if
After,
that's
probably.
true necessarily, because the unemployment numbers are weird. They don't actually count everyone who's actually unemployed.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But there's definitely quite a few people on here that will have to go out and get other jobs or do something else.
Yeah, if you're employed by TikTok, the company, like you get a W-2 form, yes, you will qualify for unemployment. But if you're like a creator on here and you get a W-9, no. I fell into the latter category. Oh, yeah,
Okay, God's here. I did my job. I'm gonna hop down to the comments.
Oh, you don't want to hang out?
But you were doing such a good job.
You were doing such a great
Oh,
job.
okay. I'll stick around for a few minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, stick around forever. Forever.
Forever and always.
All right, should we go fishing for MAGA? Should we show Instagram what we're
Sure.
about? I don't know what. Are you looking for a fight tonight, God? I don't know. I don't want to ruin the vibe if you're.
Yeah, sure. I'm always up to it.
Okay.
But you just do such a good job. I don't really have to do any input. But it's always fun anyway.
If you want to stir up.
Get us a dopamine fix going on.
Yeah, right. But I want it to be like a nice chill dopamine fix.
Oh yeah.
William
So we should
said
steer clear of. Let's see. What do politics? I don't know which one's the most chill. Politics, abortion, or religion.
What did you miss, TV? Oh man, not much. We're just talking about the same old, same old. Hi, Straight Edge. Jared, you just gonna come in here and say while taking $50 billion to support? What are you fucking talking about? Why don't you come in here? Say it to my face. Mask. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is delayed on Instagram. There's only one person watching on Instagram. I could probably just stop, like, cut the Instagram one. No one's on there anyway. It's you on Instagram. All right, should I cut it? Let's just cut it there. Let you up. Are you requesting to come up? You requesting to come up? I don't see your request.
It was a good first attempt. You got Maddie on TikTok.
Yeah, I think she already had an account though, because I've seen her on here before. Like.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Straight Edge, fucking stranger.
What's up, y'all?
What's up?
What's going on, Straight
Finally
Edge?
have time for us, Straight Edge.
Man, I'm finally back in town.
Back in town. Where have you just been traveling the country?
Yeah, I've been doing our holiday schedule's insane.
Oh, that's right.
And I got a pinched nerve.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Where's the pinched nerve?
My back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all good. Thank you, Non.
The boys are back in town. Exactly. The boys are back in town.
Did I leave just as soon as God left too?
Oh, we just lost him.
So since I haven't had a chance to check in with literally anyone, what is
TikTok's getting banned?
Well, so that was my next question. What are you gonna do?
I don't fucking know. Starve? Go homeless? Jesus. I don't fucking know.
Your shit was born for YouTube.
I don't know if it was born for YouTube.
That's what I've been saying.
I don't know if it was, though.
Well, when you get your podcast thing, you need to hook it up like you were gonna do. Podcast
Yeah, I've been waiting. I asked Andrew for a little jingle. I've been waiting on that for the thing, but oh, you had a phone call. Oh, gotcha. Twitch. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. YouTube doesn't like me very much. There's way too much MAGA on that. Definitely for YouTube. Well, also my content is a little too short for YouTube. I just like the immediacy of TikTok. Listen, I'm not going to stop posting on YouTube, but I just would have loved for it to be like, I would have loved for TikTok to keep going while YouTube very slowly built itself up. It's gonna.
Do you know the details of the ban? Because I don't know the details. Is it going to be a removal or is it going to be no more uploads?
Basically, it's gonna be illegal. My understanding is we can look up the text again, but my understanding is that it's illegal for like American companies to like basically carry TikTok. I think that means it's going to be illegal for American companies to do business with TikTok. Here, let me see. So basically, like like the Apple Store, the Google Store, Google Play, excuse me, the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store, you will not be able to download it anymore. It'll still be on your phone, but also ISPs might not be allowed to allow TikTok traffic through, so it might not work anyway. I think if they're not allowed, if they're straight up, if the ban literally says like they're not allowed to do business with American businesses, like the way they're targeting them is by banning American businesses from doing any business with them.
Interesting.
Biden cannot save TikTok. No. What's happening with my face? It's a face mask. Okay, thank you.
Because one of the versions.
YouTube, guys. Find me on YouTube and Instagram and Clapper and Twitch and Bluesky and Threads and everything else.
Because one of the things that I heard was it was just like if you had it, still that they weren't going to do anything if you had it, but it was just not going to allow anyone else to download it. But I don't know how true that is.
I mean, that's part of it, right? Like once it's on your phone as a download, but that doesn't mean that they can't like block traffic to it as well.
Right.
A mask in NYC? You aren't planning something, are you? Nope. Oh man, by the way, speaking of which, do you guys remember that dude Talked and Loaded? He was some dude, he came up here a couple times. He messaged me like all outraged because someone had commented on one of my on my Instagram, which is just my TikToks, but on Instagram, saying, I think like calling, the UHC guy like a national hero, and he was outraged, and so he commented on that. And he was like, "Block them, they're trash." And then he messaged me, and he was like, "There's someone left a disgusting comment." Da, 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 da. And I kind of messaged him. I was like, "Man, like, you might want to read the room. Like, they're making a joke about this thing that everyone's making a joke about. It's not like that big of a deal, you know? Like, I don't know, I don't want to seem super callous, but like, I literally, I was like, you might want to read the room." And he was like, "No, what do you mean read the room? Blah, this is disgusting, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, and then I kind of called him out where I was like, "Oh, okay. So like you're outraged by someone making a joke about like this event," which like, sure, you can like not agree with it and stuff like that. But you're going out of your way. You're spending more energy trying to get someone's like comment taken down than I'm sure you've like any energy that you've put towards like complaining about the actual like insurance companies that are like death profiteers and stuff. Like I was just like, what are you doing? You're spending so much energy. You're going out of your way, like basically telling me to like block this person and they're terrible because of one comment that wasn't even the worst I've seen personally and wasn't the only one on that post, And it's like, how much of this energy have you spent on like actually, fighting and bitching about the actual insurance companies and stuff? And he was like, "You know what? I mean, fuck this." And he just like blocked me. And I was like, okay, cool. But yeah, I was like, it was intriguing to me that someone would be so just like unaligned with the general populace and expect me to be like out here like as outraged as them on something that I'm like, I feel like it's very clear where I'm not here. I'm going to be clear. I'm not cheering on. I'm not saying more people should do this or anything like that, to be clear. But also like, I understand how the population is feeling. Well,
Did you see the Ben Shapiro thing?
Yeah. What did he say again? Well, I saw people talking about it, that his audience turned on him.
He took a stance of like, look at what the lefty revolutionists are trying to do. How dare they, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And then his entire base, basically working class people that have been fucked over. And they were all like, hold the phone, friend. I can't see anything because my eye prescription didn't, that line, have you heard that line recently?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they were all saying that. And then somebody else in the comments said, lefties and righties hugging it out in Ben Shapiro's comments was not on my bingo card this year, but whatever.
Yeah.
Like, he couldn't read the room. He thought he was going to get some free PR out of this, and he ended up crashing.
Yeah. Well, and people were pointing out, like, no, he's just a fucking mouthpiece. He is a puppet for these billionaires. That's why, he has been sowing all this, like, dissent. Like, everything he spreads and people of his ilk spread only benefits billionaires. The wildest thing is this. It's like the right suddenly realizing that, yeah, the leftists were right about this shit all along. You know what I mean? Like, deep down, because this is a very leftist thing, right? Not like the violent part of it, but just being like, go after the fucking billionaires, go after the CEOs. They're the ones that are harming everyone, right? It's predatory. The insurance companies are predatory, all this stuff. And now we're seeing both the right and the left be united on this, on the like, yeah, fuck these guys. And it's like, that's a very, I just want to like scream from the rooftops, like, welcome, right wingers, welcome. Like, this is very much in line with and like on message, on brand for like leftist messaging. Oh God, my thing is.
Did you say
just
people
waiting
with his
for the
ilk?
let them eat cake?
What's that?
I'm just waiting for the let them eat cake.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Brenna, did you say people of his ilk?
Yes.
I love that. I don't know what it means, but I need
of
to
his like
clan
type, yeah.
His
Ilk,
family.
clan type.
An ilk is a family clan.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Sort. Yeah. Type. The right also thinks this was their idea. I mean, sure. They also elected a billionaire who has a cabinet full of billionaires. So, yeah, fucking right. They can claim all the credit they fucking want while, like, totally lapping it up when the world, the richest man on earth told them that they're going to have to suffer a while things get more expensive while he makes himself fucking richer. Yeah, they can pretend that this was their idea too. Okay. I'm not even saying like this isn't about like idea or credit or anything, but it's like these are leftist. This is leftist ideology. This isn't something that came out of fucking nowhere that all of a sudden, it just so happens to be where the left and the right align. No, this is leftist ideology because it benefits everyone for the billionaire and ruling class to be the ones like that we understand to be like the ones harming everyone. Whatever.
I like that old punk rock philosophy, and it says, the planet isn't dying, it's being killed, and the people doing the killing have addresses.
Yes, careful with that, though. Careful with the...
Yeah, but he's up on the K word.
Yeah, careful.
Oh, right. I forgot I'm on the TikTok. I apologize.
Yeah, you've been away for a while, and where have you been?
I can't control myself. I'm so sorry.
You abandoned us?
I didn't abandon you. I've been busy.
You very much abandoned us, and then you come back and try to get us banned. Whatever. The whole app's getting banned.
Sorry for everything I've ever said. All right, I'm sorry.
You know what? I bet you're the reason TikTok got banned in the first place.
Oh, yep. I forgot to pay my.
Yes, it's because Pizza Steve was out there, having a life outside of social media. What were you thinking?
Let me tell you something. I would have much preferred to have been on here than where I was. I promise you.
Yeah, well, we missed you, buddy.
Do you know what it's like being in Akron, Ohio?
Where'd you hear the echo, Cheetahs? No, what is it like being in Akron, Ohio?
It's God's.
Oh, sorry.
Is it? I'm not hearing an echo.
Yeah, it's God's. You're on this face care routine though.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it every Sunday. It's a third time.
Where's my boyfriend at?
He's at home. Is he in the chat? Philippe, are you in the chat? He's moving. You don't even
Where's he
know
moving?
yet. He's moving to another apartment in Brooklyn.
Oh, so he's staying around though.
Yeah. It's got like a lot more space. Slightly sketchier area, but it'll be fine. He's getting like a whole ass basement, which is crazy.
I feel like that's kind of the sign of the times, is I'm hearing that a lot more.
Oh, there he is. There's your
to move.
boyfriend.
What up, Philippe? Hi.
Oh, Philippe, I forgot to tell you, or not forgot, but in the last couple of hours this evening, I got a message from my kindergarten. She was a third grade teacher, and maybe she was just my third grade teacher. But she's also the mom of one of the people I grew up with whose wedding I'm going to this summer. She messaged me. She responded to the story I posted with the food you made and said, he's a keeper. So just so you know, my grade school teachers think you're a keeper.
That's when you know you've made it.
Yeah. It is. It really is. It's, those are the people that you really want to impress.
All right, I got to go back and get back to doing my thing, but I'll be back in more often now that I'm back baseland.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
We've missed you.
Yeah, I'll be back more now.
Okay.
Goodbye, God. Goodbye, Halo. Goodbye, Brenna. Goodbye, chat.
Bye,
Goodbye,
straight
Elliot.
edge.
Yeah, sure you're gonna be back. That's what Jesus said. Got him. Got him.
Oh my God.
And we
Oh,
all
you
know
got it.
that I'm the son of God.
Oh,
I couldn't
Lord.
resist.
All right. All right, y'all. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Oh, Lord. Bye, come back. Yes. Just think the time to say I told you so is post. No, I'm not. So, May, I'm not saying I told you so. The reason I'm saying it's like I'm specifying it, and I think it's worth talking about, is because you don't want the right to be like stand on what you've been saying, like show people, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of people who think that what they believe is right wing, and so they keep voting right wing and supporting right wing and getting pulled down some very concerning, pipelines. But like it's important to be like, yeah, this is literally what left-wing ideology is about, because like you want them to understand what the fuck it is that they have been doing everything in their power to destroy, and also like make them like don't let people like, eventually Ben Shapiro is going to act like the whole fucking thing was his idea in the first place. You know what I mean? And like people like him are going to act like this is what they've been running on. Like Elon Musk is going to act like this was his big plan. Don't let them do that. Do not let them do that. Point out every step of the way that like, yeah, okay, you're mad at the billionaires? Cool, that's what left-wing ideology is about. Oh, you're mad at the CEOs taking and giving nothing back? Yeah, that's left-wing ideology. Like, you know what I mean? Like, welcome to the left. And, don't let people like co-opt these beliefs that they are actively fighting against themselves. In my opinion. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah.
Exactly. They like to try to pretend it's their thing.
Yeah. They're already turning it into like a two-way thing, and that's not what this is about at all. You know what I mean? They're turning it into like an issue of like a two-way issue. And it's like they're like, "Oh, all of a sudden like leftists are all, two-way." No, that's not. Firstly, there's a hell of a lot of people on the left who are pro 2A. Like that they've always acted as though they are getting things being taken away from them. And I will like point out firstly that whatever was used in the course of this fucking thing is not covered by any of the control laws that the left like pushes for. You know what I mean? Like, you still would have been able to get that tool, you know, even with the control legislation that they do. Yeah, they never do what's right until pointed out to them. They're turning it into this question of like, oh, all of a sudden we're aligned because blah, blah. No. Don't let them do that. Don't let them rewrite history. Don't let them rewrite the importance of this or the point of it. This guy didn't come out here with a pew pew just on behalf of pew pews. He wasn't doing this to be like, yeah, this is why we need 2A. No. Although ironically, by the way, and this was another kind of TikTok I was thinking of making, like ironically, all the like the people that I do see kind of criticizing this are in fact people much more on the right. And it's the 2A crowd who are like, oh, 2A, the whole point is like to, you know, against tyranny. Like the people have a right to be, you know, armed against tyranny. It's like, well, what do you think tyranny looks like? This is tyranny. This is what tyranny actually looks like. Billionaires. Insurance companies. The irony. I'm not saying that there should be more of this, to be clear. But like, oh, I'm sorry, Ron. Yeah, that sucks. There's a lot that sucks about IG Live.
I like the saying that if you go far enough left, you get your 2A back.
Yeah.
It's true enough.
For the most part, the left just wants like some fucking reasonable controls on it. Reasonable like registration and like background checks and like safety mechanisms in place to like remove them from dangerous people. That's
right.
Fucking it. That's just like Jesus. But people are dying to be lied to, I guess.
Yeah, they always think it's either, everybody on the left is just like straight up get rid of 100% total. They always try to turn things into like I always say, a black and white fallacy. It's either all the way this way or all the way that way. There's nothing in between.
Yeah. Hawk 2A spit on that thing.
Yeah, I thought that was quite funny.
That's good. Can I create?
Also, did the different headset fix the echo problem?
I didn't hear the echo, but chat.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was an echo. I thought I heard just some background noise, honestly.
Okay.
And I'm not hearing anything anymore.
Bluetooth headphones are not the best for this.
Yes. Okay, Judas says yes. This is way better in picture works. Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, this is the first time trying Instagram Live. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't have that many people on there. I can say for certain, I personally have never watched an Instagram Live. So I don't even know how it shows up for people on Instagram. But whatever.
I don't either. Maybe I'll get on Instagram.
Yeah.
I didn't until this evening. It looked pretty, I mean, I don't know. It was fine. Didn't look like TikTok, but.
Didn't look like TikTok?
Can you have, like, guests on there or no?
I don't think so. The actual, like, on the browser, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
There's, like, no, I can't do anything on there. It's weird. It's like I can just send it to Instagram, and then there's a chat, and that's it. I can't even, like, pull the chat out. There's nothing like that. It's weird. Let's see if I can.
So definitely not a replacement app.
No, definitely not.
But now that Ethan is on Instagram, he'll be an Instagram model before you know it.
Oh, I'm already an Instagram model.
Oh, that's what I figured.
I've been on IG for a while. I just haven't never been on Instagram Live.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same. Just need to stop looking at human beings like dollars. Yeah, exactly. Let's ask AI to make one what?
But all jokes aside, I think I have like all of 35 friends or something on there. Micro influencer, that's me.
Micro influencer. What constitutes a micro influencer?
35 friends may not sound like much, but just imagine them all showing up at your house to hang out at
That's
the
a
same
great
time.
point.
That's
I don't know
true.
if I could fit 35. Oh, okay. Now Rizzo wants to go out again. Riz, wait, I've got a face mask on, baby girl. Come cuddle. Lord, this dog. I'm on Clapper. Is Clapper really that bad? I literally don't even swipe through Clapper. I post on it and that's it. Come on, Riz. Riz. Oh, ask AI to make a new TikTok. That would be cool. That would be cool. TikTok is over, yes. User. They're banning it on January 19th unless the Supreme Court decides to intervene. Which, like, good luck with that. Race, come here.
It would be interesting to see if we got a whole bunch of smart people together, maybe they've done this, and try to reverse engineer the algorithm and just basically build it back from scratch. I don't know if that's even in the realm of possibility, but
I think if it were in the realm of possibility, Facebook would have been able to reverse engineer it a lot earlier. You know what I mean?
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Or Google. And they couldn't. It was so difficult for them. They were so incapable of doing so that they had to lobby Congress to fucking ban TikTok because they couldn't compete. Yes, Michael, they're banning TikTok. So probably some brain in a jar. Yeah, probably. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if we found out that TikTok was run on one of those like organic computer chips.
Yeah. I saw a video, I don't know, might have been about a year ago now, where they were trying to describe how they thought the algorithm worked because most, I guess, other like competing companies would have everything that converges so that, you spend time on a video or you like it, it would kind of like try to hone in on your interests,
Mm-hmm.
and you'd basically be falling towards like a trough or whatever, like in the graph. But TikTok somehow, I guess, like it does that too, but then they have these wild cards somewhere where it finds something that you have no idea that you really, would like, and it kind of like searches for you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find like these local minima, and it pushes these mythic for you page pulls, and a lot of the times it hits, sometimes it doesn't, but I guess it doesn't like just only converge like some of the other apps do.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah. TikTok is a lot better. Like Instagram is, you look at one thing, you like one video about something, and it'll just send you 20 videos about that very specific thing and like the
Exactly.
exact thing.
Yeah, it's very basic that way.
Yeah. Well, and also, yeah, so someone else said something up here that I think is important too, of like, Sage said, you have to remember they couldn't reverse it because it's all underpaid talent running Facebook, etc. Yeah, that's another thing, right? TikTok is the only one that is actually willing to go and like pay its users, and you don't even have to be a huge user or a super user, right? Like, it's the only one that's willing to like, firstly, it wants to democratize access to visibility, right? Like, it makes it easier. You can go viral on TikTok without a single follower, which is unique for TikTok. That's not true on the others. The others, it's like definitely the more of an audience you have, the more visible, things are. No, that's not how it works, DBZ. It was a law passed by Congress. So yeah, TikTok pays pretty well. and technically YouTube pays better, I'm told. Technically it has like a better return, but like I don't know, like I'm on YouTube. I don't have as many followers on YouTube. It's much slower going on there to build an audience. Whereas on TikTok, it's like all it took was like a few times going viral, and then I had enough of an audience to get paid for views. But so TikTok like really incentivizes like creators of most sizes. Yes, you need a base amount of followers, but like you don't have to be huge on there to want to create high quality content for them that encourages viewing and engagement and all that stuff, and then get paid for it and get rewarded for it. The other apps, surprise, surprise, all the apps that are based in America and are run by American companies want to avoid paying you as much as fucking possible. You are the entire reason they have anyone using the app, and they don't want to pay you for that. So that alone will change what's available on the app entirely. Like I don't, I'll post. I post things to Instagram and TikTok. I post my TikToks to Instagram and YouTube and now the others, but they're primarily crafted for TikTok, because TikTok is where they will get seen. TikTok is where I will get paid for them. That is my audience that, will pay my bills and stuff. It would be a constitutional crisis. That would be a pretty big crisis. How does pay work for me on TikTok? So, yeah, YouTube, exactly. It's way harder to grow on YouTube. So that's the thing. Also, people are like, okay, well, when this goes away, like, you'll be great on YouTube. It's like, cool. Yes, I'm absolutely going to be trying and focusing my efforts on YouTube, but also, like, this is paying my bills now. TikTok is paying my bills right now. And so I get paid. Yeah, right, Sage. I get paid mostly through like my TikToks that I post. Like, people on lives can send you gifts and stuff, but really it's like fractions of a cent when you get gifts and stuff. Not that we don't like absolutely appreciate them, because that also sends more people to us through the algorithm, all this stuff. Very, very helpful. But most of the money I make comes from like views on my videos. If a TikTok video does well, if it gets over 1,000 views, I start making money on it. And the rate of income completely depends on the video and stuff. And not every video gets like a ton of views, but if you post consistently, there's like a good chance that you'll get like a few of them that, do pretty well. Yeah, exactly, DBZ. DBZ's trying to come up. And that's the thing. TikTok allows people, like, you don't have to be a huge creator to, like, make... Yeah, I don't know. There's something just, like, unique about TikTok like that. There's something amazing. Also, we were talking about this the other night. TikTok is the one that invented, like, stitching and duetting and stuff, and like that completely changed the paradigm of how this all like works. Like those features created a much more community minded approach to content creation. It was no longer a creator speaking to an audience, but it was like creators and audience were kind of one and the same. It kind of blurred that audience or that line quite a lot more. So.
Hi, so you were mentioning YouTube earlier. YouTube definitely pays a lot more because the one advantage with YouTube is that you can actually place ads, more than one ad within a video.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, if you have like a 20-minute video, you can add like 5 different ads. So, like that automatically is a lot better than TikTok. So the payment's a lot better. But the thing is, it's a lot harder to build on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because TikTok is based on trends. So if you like something, you just follow that person. It doesn't mean you actually follow that person. It's not a community.
Right.
YouTube is an actual community. So like that's why it's a lot harder.
Well, yeah, I mean, I disagree on, yes, you can follow that person. I think that TikTok is much more community building. Like YouTube, you have to actually, in most cases, navigate to a person's video to watch it, right? And I think that effort alone, like, it requires clicks. There's some auto playing, but the auto playing is so specifically curated to what you're already watching. They're gonna autoplay a video that's basically exactly what you're watching, at that moment, right? Outside of that, you have to navigate, you have to click around, and you have to navigate to the different videos, to the different things, and that in of itself is already going to make the viewing experience a lot more calcified and a lot more just like siloed. Siloed is the better word for it, right? The people are mostly going to watch the people that they already watch. And then if those people that they already watch are somehow related, make something that's somewhat related to someone else's video, then they might discover someone new. But it's not like TikTok. The whole magic of the FYP is truly you just swipe as you go along, and the algo does the work for you. And it's like, it's not going to send you something on the exact same subject, right? Just because you're watching, like, if you're watching a TikTok about, how to change a tire, it's not going to serve you the next video you watch isn't going to be about how to change a tire. It's not. It's going to be something completely different that you've also maybe expressed some interest in. And it's going to, it's just, different.
Also, not just that, this is something I found out recently with YouTube. They've introduced their own copyright system in the sense, like, if you upload clips, they're going to disqualify you from the program. I didn't know that happens, but they actually just disqualify you for that.
For what? Just for
Okay, so let's just say you uploaded a clip that's not even yours. They will disqualify you on YouTube from the creators program.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true because it happened to me recently.
But there's so much reaction content on YouTube.
Yeah, reactions are fine, but actually uploading clips, that's not yours. Like, that's a big no-no.
Well, that's true for most apps, I think, though. Because that is...
It wasn't like that before for YouTube, but
Okay.
recently they changed it.
Okay. I mean, as a creator, I can get behind that. You know what I mean? Like, if you're uploading stuff that's not your creation, that's someone else's copyright, and you're not, like, changing it in any material way, I can see that that's not something we should generally encourage. Sorry. I know I'm, like, against the grain on that, but yeah, Matt says you have lots of subscribers on YouTube, but the live doesn't have a lot of viewers. Yes, Matt. Well, I don't have that many subscribers on YouTube. I have like 1,700 or so, which isn't all. It's love it. I love to have as many as I do, but it's my YouTube. I've made like $100 on it total in like months of having a monetized YouTube.
Also, I joined in late. I want to know what your thoughts on like the TikTok ban, because I know Trump spoke about it earlier today. Like, do you think it's going to get banned, or is the Supreme Court going to overturn it? Like, what do you think?
Did he say something about it earlier today?
Yeah. Someone asked him about the TikTok ban earlier when he was doing his interview.
What did he say about it?
Basically, she asked him, "Hey, like, are you going to stop the ban?" Like, he basically answered around it.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't think he said yes or no.
Yeah. There's no clear avenue that, like, no one knows how he would save it. It's just,
Because I was under the impression, like, this is like the most popular theory I've heard. He can just tell the attorney general not to enforce it. But I know there's issues with that. But that's like the most popular
there are
theory.
big issues with that. And that's not a good solution either. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a solution that we want. That means, like, literally shocking response from the Cheeto. What did he say? I'm looking it up. I'm not seeing anything, like, new that he said.
I think the interview was from MSNBC News. I think it was from that platform, because he was also talking about other topics such as illegal immigration. Like, this was earlier today too. Now, what about the Supreme Court route? Like, if they were able to pick it up, do you think they'll side with TikTok or not? Because from what I know, the court, they are pro second free speech.
Well, the court is supposed to be. The Supreme Court, in theory, is supposed to exist to protect the Constitution, always. However, the Supreme Court currently is filled with conservative justices that have gone against previous ruling and like constitutional protections on multiple occasions already. So now it's a bit of a the problem is, and a lot of constitutional scholars have talked about this, like the current Supreme Court is a bit of a crapshoot. They don't always actually rule according to the Constitution, which is what they're supposed to fucking do. You know what I mean? They might. There's a chance that they could. They could also like refuse to hear it. They don't even have to hear
that's true.
the thing. I'm hoping that yes, that they will hear it and that they will actually do their job on this one. If only like the thing is, Trump doesn't have an avenue to actually do it. Like he can't rescind the law, and he can't overturn a judicial decision. Right now, ironically, the only branches of government that can actually do something about this are the other two branches of government. Like he technically can't. So, but I am thinking, one of those two branches, both of those two branches are under Republican control, and they might be interested in making him look good enough where they're like, they might be doing this just to give him a win to try to make him look good, not.
Also, not just that. Like a lot of the judges' picks are from Trump too. So there's that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, well, and also the panel of judges that just ruled to uphold the ban. 2 of the 3 judges were Trump appointees.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. But the other thing is, like, if they're trying to like benefit Trump, I could absolutely see them be like, okay, well, we'll vote to uphold the ban, so that keeps fucking over Democrats, and then once the Supreme Court gets it, maybe they can overturn it so that it looks like Trump saved it somehow. That, I could see that kind of happening, but I don't know. Trump is the guy who tried to ban it in the first place. Biden overturned his initial like executive order banning TikTok when he came into power. So
it's because that TikTok money, like that one donor who has a big stake in TikTok, that's why he changed his mind.
Yeah, exactly. But now that he won the election, he doesn't have to do shit for anyone. Like he didn't keep any campaign promises last time around, Yeah. I don't know why people are so convinced he will this time. I hope he does. Listen, I hope that, like, if anything happens now, it's gonna be technically because of conservatives, because they have all the fucking power in the government moving forward on this issue. So I hope they do. I hope some fucking conservative somewhere in this whole system. Hopefully the Supreme Court will rule in favor of the First Amendment. Hopefully. But I just don't.
Now I do got one. I do got one last question. Like, there is a stipulation where like Trump could deem if there's like enough divestment that could count. So like, let's just say TikTok doesn't sell like the whole thing, just like part of it.
Yeah.
Let's just say 1%. Maybe he could count that as like, okay, they divested. They complied.
Yeah, technically, maybe. I actually have to see. Well, because I remember we talked about this at the time too, that like the wording of the bill was like, oh, divest. The wording of the bill was like loose enough where it was weird because it's only 20% technically under Chinese control. And by Chinese control, I mean Chinese investors control. It's not even like 20% under control of the Chinese government. It's 20% is owned by Chinese investors. So, and reading it at the time, I was like, I mean, this is fucking crazy. This is bullshit because it's like, it's already majority not owned by China. Like, how many other companies with a minority, like, you know how many publicly traded companies there are in the like United States, in the American stock market that have some form of Chinese ownership? Like, Chinese individuals, Chinese business owners, Chinese billionaires, even the Chinese government are allowed to own stocks in American companies. So if we were to be like, oh, well, because part of it is Chinese owned, like that's what makes it able to be on the chopping block. Like that's wild. You know what I mean? So what's the line? What's the cutoff? But
yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to talk about the Supreme Court. I think when they are in their conference, basically deciding if they'll take it, I think it's only 4 that need to say, yeah, let's do this. So it's not a majority. And then once they have that 4, then they'll put it on their docket, and then it would.
In terms of taking the yeah.
Yeah, if they decide to hear it. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. The other thing I wanted to say was, have you been hearing it? Because I haven't been hearing creators and lives saying that they're saying it as if it's going to go away. But my understanding, it's just that those who provide it, where they set it up so you can get to the app and load it, those groups, Google Play or whatever, will have to stop providing it.
Yes, that's
And
part
so
of it.
if you have it, you can still use it.
Yeah. So
And
that's the
that,
thing. Yeah, people think like on January 20th it's going to go away. That's not true at all. We'll still have the app. The only thing is, after a while, with all these updates, it's going to become obsolete. That's the thing. So we'll still have
Yes and
TikTok.
no. Yes and no. It's like it's unclear because it also could result. The law, the way it's written, basically says like, "Hey, American companies, you're not allowed to like facilitate TikTok existing." So it could also be read in a way that ISPs would be expected to block traffic through TikTok.
Oh,
In
okay.
theory,
oh,
yeah.
I haven't heard that yet. I've only heard it the other way, that you can't load it, and
That's what I
that's
was
where.
hearing for a while as well. But like and then recently it was confirmed. Because I said that a couple times. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me why it would be as simple as like, oh, you have to like, I believe, so one version of the bill basically specified distribution, and one of them was just like outlining, it's been too long since we read this bill. TikTok ban
Yeah,
law.
and that's the thing when you hear somebody saying something and they're so confident, and then they're missing an aspect, like what
Yeah.
you just said, that maybe ISPs can't let it flow.
Yeah,
So
because
I mean,
one version at least that I've heard is the distribution, like prohibition of foreign adversary controlled applications shall be unlawful for an entity to distribute, maintain, or update or enable the distribution, maintenance, or updating of a foreign adversary controlled application by carrying out within the land or maritime borders of the United States any of the following: providing services to distribute, maintain, or update such foreign including any source code of such application by any means of marketplace, including an online mobile application stores through which users within the land or maritime borders, blah, 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 may access, blah, 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 providing internet hosting services. So, yeah, ISPs are explicitly to enable the distribution, maintenance, or updating of such foreign adversary control. So, ISPs would also be blocked from allowing you to, like, update and stuff.
yeah, updates, right?
I
But
think a
the
face
use,
mask,
it's
John.
not blocking the use of it, right?
No,
From
well,
the way you just read it.
it would be to enable the distribution, maintenance, or updating. So, like, distribution can also be like, this is a fucking problem with Congress, right? They're writing laws for a time that they don't understand, really.
Meaning, like what's happening right
Distribution
now.
of an app's data, that would technically, you know what I mean? That could be viewed as part of this distribution.
I mean, like this live that's going on right here. That, from what you read, is that banned?
Yeah, well, in theory, the question is how they would interpret distribution. Because right now, like, this live is not just going directly from me to you. Like, this live is going from me to TikTok servers and then from TikTok servers to you. So that theoretically, like, it could, under one reading and understanding of the text of the law, it could be viewed as that is distribution, right? Like that the ISP, the internet service providers that are allowing me to transmit first to TikTok, and then the ISPs that are allowing TikTok to transmit to you are distributing the application, part of the application, right?
They're distributing it by the use of it. So yeah, so that's where it's a gray area. If it's
Yeah.
because I'm thinking of it just being the software to install the application, but you're saying it's also that using this stream, all the things involved in the stream, setting
Yeah.
up the multi-users and so forth. Yeah, that would be good to hear some other tech folks or see what. Well, that's why I guess the Supreme Court might decide that. Have you heard anything about when they might be deciding
No clue.
whether or not?
It's all up to them.
Yeah, no, I mean whether or not they're gonna. It's like a conference. They schedule these conferences where they basically going through the various ones, it's like maybe once a week, and then they'll decide which ones that will be, and they'll put it on the docket.
So exemptions for qualified divestitures. A does not apply to foreign adversary controlled application with respect to which a qualified divestiture is executed before the date on which a prohibition under subsection A would begin to apply to such application, and B shall cease to apply in the exemptions. Compliance, blah 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 blah. Attentions by or actions by Attorney General shall conduct investigation related to potential violations of subsection A or B, and if such investigation results in a determination that a violation has occurred, the Attorney General shall pursue enforcement under paragraph 1, and B may bring an action in an appropriate district court of the United. Okay, so yeah, the if any provision of this section or application of this section to any person or circumstance is held invalid, the invalidity shall not affect the other provisions or applications of this section that can. Jesus. So, application of any provision. Rule of construction to authorize. Nothing in this act may be construed, 1, to authorize the Attorney General to pursue enforcement under this section other than enforcement of subsection A or B. To authorize the Attorney General to pursue enforcement under this section against an individual user. Okay. Except as expressly provided in here, alter or affect the other authority. Controlled by a foreign adversary. The term controlled by a foreign adversary means with respect to a covered company or other entity that such company or other entity is a foreign person that is domiciled in, is headquartered in, has its principal place of business in, or is organized under the laws of a foreign adversary country. An entity with respect to which a foreign person or a combination of foreign persons described in subparagraph A directly or indirectly own at least a 20% stake. So here's the thing. Currently, this is what it was. Directly or indirectly own at least a 20% stake. When we saw this, I was like, okay, so why don't they just sell 0.01% stake right now? Because right now, Chinese investors only own 20% of ByteDance, which owns TikTok. So why not sell 1% of that? And then technically,
That would be them divesting. That would meet the requirements.
technically, it seems like it. Person subject to the direction. Oh no, because then they say C, a person subject to the direction or control of a foreign person or entity described in subparagraph A or B. Well.
Would 1% of the 20%, which would be the point.
So make it so that it was only 19% Chinese owned rather than 20%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Covered company means an entity that operates.
So that'd be 1% of the total and 5% of the 20%.
Foreign adversary controlled application. The term foreign adversary control means website, blah, 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 or affiliate by any of ByteDance Limited. So yeah, anything that ByteDance owns is covered. So Lemonade will be covered. TikTok, a subsidiary or successor to an entity identified in clause 1 or that is controlled by a foreign adversary, blah, blah, entity controlled.
What about Lemonade?
So people keep saying that Lemon8 is how they're going to get around it, but Lemon8 is still owned by ByteDance, and this thing specifically, the law specifies like ByteDance, like including any application that is operated directly or indirectly, including through a parent company, subsidiary, or affiliate by any of ByteDance, TikTok, a subsidiary, or a successor to an entity identified in clause of either of those that is controlled by a foreign adversary, or an entity owned or controlled directly or indirectly by an entity. Yeah. So basically, it's like if it's owned by ByteDance or TikTok, or is in any way an affiliate of ByteDance or TikTok, or, is in any, like, it's going to be covered by this law. So people keep saying that, like, oh, Lemon8, you got to join Lemon8 because that's the way to get around the TikTok ban. No, Lemon8 is still owned by ByteDance and is very much, affiliated with TikTok. So it doesn't seem like that would actually get.
There's a lot of videos out there telling people to move all their stuff to Lemonade.
I know. I don't know who the fuck started that, but
Well, the same for Lemonade. Maybe TikTok should. I mean, ByteDance should do it for both, just to be on the safe side.
yeah.
Just to sell that.
Well, ByteDance is
So they
20.
dropped to
So
19%.
ByteDance owns 100% of TikTok. ByteDance is 20% Chinese investor owned. It's 80% international investor owned, including American investors.
Yeah, but they should do the same thing you're suggesting they do for TikTok. They should do that for Lemonade.
Well,
So,
it'd be selling ByteDance, 1% of ByteDance to, you know, a different, a non-Chinese investor, so that technically would fall under the threshold of 20%.
right. So the Chinese own only 19% of both Lemonade and TikTok.
Right.
Well, somebody's got to tell them to do it.
Halo.
I've read a report saying that like America isn't as big for TikTok as people think it is. There's actually bigger markets. Is that true or not?
The U.S. currently makes up about, or the last numbers I saw, it made up about 17% of its user base. But by 2025, it's estimated to be only 15% of TikTok's user base. However, it does make up a larger percentage of its revenue.
Okay.
Than that.
That makes sense.
But it is still only like 15% of its user base.
So their pockets will be hit.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, it's like, if I owned TikTok, I would not fucking let America fucking take my entire fucking app. No.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
Fuck that.
Because that's essentially what America is doing. They're bullying China to sell the app.
Yeah. Let's see. The qualified divestiture means that president determines through an interagency process would result in relevant foreign adversary controlled applications to no longer be controlled by foreign adversary, and B, the president determines through an interagency process precludes the establishment or maintenance of any operational relationship between the United States operation of the relevant foreign adversary controlled application and any formerly affiliated entities that are controlled by foreign adversary, including any cooperation with respect to the operation of a content recommendation algorithm. Petition for review challenging this act or any action finding determination may be filed only in the United States Court of Appeals for District of Columbia Circuit. Exclusive jurisdiction. The United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit shall have exclusive jurisdiction over any challenge to this act or any act. That's fucking convenient. Statute of limitations. A challenge may only be brought, 1, in the case of a challenge to this act, not later than 165 days after the date of the enactment of this act. And 2, in the case of a challenge to any action, finding, or determination under this act, not later than 90 days after the date of such action, finding, or determination. It's fucking annoying. Yeah. How much of Congress is owned by China? Not enough, John. Yeah, what's going on with Jay-Z? Why do the challenge periods matter? Well, it's just it matters because I'm rolling my eyes at it because it's like they did this very clearly. They tried to do this several times. And then this last round that actually got through Congress, they did it like they basically did it by surprise. Like TikTok was taken completely by surprise. So it was like, and it was very, very quickly. So the fact that they were like, okay, you have 165 days from like enacting this to basically say like, sue us and to say that, no, this isn't fair. That's like a very short timeline to allow a company to react to a whole ass, to get lawyers involved and to prepare like a challenge to it. Also, the fact that they were like, you can only challenge it in this court, in this like, Court of Appeals and stuff. I actually don't know how common that is, but to me, it's always sketchy when it's like, okay, well, you can only challenge this in a single specific court. That to me is like, okay, well, that's clearly because that court is friendly to you.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
yeah,
What
they also
about the
tied it to
disc?
the Ukraine funding and to the IS funding. Yes.
Sorry, I was just going to ask: is Discord, is that TikTok or
No,
something
Discord
else?
is something else.
Discord or something else, yeah.
Those are
Damn it. Says this is
those
my beta
blue
fun.
beans are safe.
This is fun,
It's
yeah.
basically the same thing as Slack. If you work a 9 to 5, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Now what's interesting is like when it was trying to get banned, I think in 2020, they were actually somewhat close to a sale of TikTok. I think it was either Microsoft or Oracle, but then talks fell through.
I don't think that's true.
There was some progress, but like it wasn't like it was close or anything.
Well, what TikTok did do in response to all that was they agreed to move all of its American users like data to servers located in the US. It was like it was this like appeasement tactic where they're like, no, like please, like we'll do whatever you want. You know, if you're afraid of like Americans' data, we'll keep it all in the United States, so it doesn't even like leave US, borders and stuff. And so there was an agreement with like Oracle to basically build this like their servers out in Texas, if I remember correctly. And
Yeah,
That is correct.
yeah. And so they did that. They moved all of the TikTok American data to these servers with Oracle into like Oracle's like hands, because Oracle is basically fucking under US government control. And it wasn't enough, but I don't believe that they were actually like eyeing like a sale.
Yeah, it was just something I
Well,
read. It was just something I read. Like there were talks, but I don't know how close they went.
I seen some stuff about that on here on this app, and I tried to look for something that was pertaining to it and found nothing.
Yeah.
That's been a while back.
Oh, yeah,
I think
yeah.
people just got confused about the Oracle being in control of the user data and it being stored in Texas, and
I got a question about this. Does anybody know if TikTok is losing money or not?
It's making money.
Is making money? Okay.
Yeah.
Because the reason I asked, because like I don't know if you remember like last year when the glitch started for the RPM, when everyone's kept dropping, and then like it was like earlier this year they had it like in a way like you can only make like 60 videos a month before your RPM drops like crazy.
Sure.
So I'm wondering the reason why they did it was because they were losing money in anticipation for this ban.
No. I mean, they weren't losing money. It's possible that they were, that maybe in anticipation for the ban, they were trying to, or just like because they were spending so much on lawyers, they were like, it's certainly possible that they were trying to do some like cost cutting measures with that. I will say, the glitch with the RPM and stuff, I saw that. It's like I've seen it go up and like things like that go up and down. I think,
Because when it first came out, the Creator Rewards program, like there was no cap on the income, so people were legitimately making 30 grand a month. But
yeah.
then it was like October of 2023 that lowered to 7K, and then earlier this year in March, the cap was 5K.
No, I don't think there's a cap to it.
No, there's a cap. Trust me, there's a cap.
But where's the cap?
So how it works is, from what I've seen, you can only do like 60 videos a month. After that, your RPM is going to drop regardless. Now, if
Right,
you
but
make
that's
a
not the same as a cap on the maximum amount you can bring in a month. You know what I mean?
Trust me, there's a cap, because like there's like a lot of people who done like actual charts on this. Like they actually recorded, okay, when does the RPM drop? I did it myself. It was always after 60 videos it dropped.
Okay, but that's not the
Now,
same. My point being, that's not the same as a $5,000 cap. Because I don't make near 60 videos a month, and I've made. I mean, I haven't been part of the program all that long, but I've had at least 1 month where I made, I think, around 4,000, and a couple months that were like over 3,000 and stuff. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
but there was no like, there's nowhere that it says like a maximum of 5,000 payout.
Because like the more money you make with the app, they lower your RPM. That's how it is usually.
And not in my experience.
No, trust me, there is because like I've never made more than 5K. I think my best month was like 4,700, but I was never able to cross 5K.
But was it actually just because it would drop off, or is there an actual like
So the
how
reason
many
why,
followers do you have? Like a several million followers, or
so I have an account that has like 62,000 followers. Not this account, but like another one.
I
So
mean
like
that's not a very big account. I have 68,000. I'm not like a big creator on here. You know what I mean?
no, no, that's true. But like what I've seen, it's there is definitely like they do like try to like lowball you after certain points. It wasn't like that in 2023. Like it wasn't like that in 2022. There was like no limit. Then they changed it. Now the shop, there's no limit on that. So like people can like make as much as they want on that.
Right. I guess I'm
But
just like I'm hesitant to see that. I would like to see actual numbers from creators that have like millions of followers to see if it is in fact true that
they,
they're capped at
they
5,000.
they said the same thing to me as well. Like this one guy I know who has 1 million followers, like he told me the same thing. 5K is the cap. And he has 3 accounts to like offset that. And they all cap at 5K. Now there's some who make 7K, but that depends on how front loaded their views were in the first day of the month. So it also depends on that.
TikTok is throttling because they're beholden to the government just like anyone else. The government isn't forcing social media to only pay people certain amounts. That's not a thing.
And I believe what is it, DC up there is talking about is that's on the money you make on the apps that doesn't on the ads that doesn't account for the gifts you get and other.
Yeah, it's not talking about the gifts. It's just talking about the Creator Worth program.
Yeah,
That's
they
the cap.
throttle controversial videos, yes, but that's not the same as capping the total amount of money you can make. I'm someone who very much I talk about a lot of controversial shit. I talk about a lot of politics. I've definitely seen my views get throttled when I cross a line, for sure. But that's different from saying that there's just a pure monetary cap to like each month. Because also they're just big creators on here who make a lot more money.
And what's really crazy about all that is like if because like now let's compare this to X, right? There are people making like I think there's this one girl on X. She made like 20K in like 2 weeks, not in a month, 2 weeks
How do
just
you
by
make money
creating.
on X though?
So for that, from what I hear, it's pretty easy. All you have to do is the thing is like you have to pay. I think it's like $11 a month. You got to get that blue check mark.
That's it, and then you can make.
Yeah,
I've never heard of anyone making money on
I,
X
I
just
think
for
so. Like
posting
I
stuff.
don't know the details, but like it's actually pretty simple.
I don't
Yeah. So
think that. I mean, let's see. Thank you, Jeff.
yeah, a lot of people don't know that you can get paid on X. But like the thing is, you had to pay for the premium service. So like I think it's like I believe it's $7 or $11 a month.
Sell
And that
monthly subscriptions or subscribers. Ads revenue sharing program. Sponsored content, affiliate marketing. Keeps them from being financially stable. From views and also subscriptions. Okay. I haven't heard of anyone actually making money on X personally.
yeah. I think the top earners are on X are like people who follow Elon, who have any of his
Oh, I'm
political views.
sure.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure.
So if you're a right winger, you're gonna make a lot of money on X.
Yes. Yeah.
Same with YouTube. It's the same way too.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Hi.
But going back to the Supreme Court, I think they will hear it out because this does set precedents for like other social media platforms. That's what I think.
Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, so people are saying that monetization on X is garbage. You get like cents. It's a lot of work to get almost nothing.
Because no one knows like the metrics for like going viral on X. No one knows exactly. Because with TikTok, like I have an idea,
It's
but like
officially
X is like completely different.
yeah. 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 Who is your guest talking so much smack? User. Sorry. I just saw your messages. You make money by being a father, and on YouTube, William says, I make money by being a father, and I gain when my children gain. That's not. It takes about 20 years, but it pays off. That's funny. Oh, God. If my parents told me that the way they make money is just by expecting me to make all their money for them, I think that we'd have a situation on our hands. I think I'd be on the run, let's say. Let's put it that way. Thank you. Yes, we're doing it's Sunday Night Mask. It's officially a thing, I think. Officially a thing.
Also, Facebook Reels has a program too. But like I think for that you need 5K followers.
You need 10K at least.
Oh, 10K,
I have
okay.
over 5K followers on, well, actually, Facebook. So I'm on Instagram, but I think it's the same thing. Today I turned my account into like a creator account on Instagram, but it's like you need 10,000, I think. And then I haven't heard any good things about income on like Instagram or anything like that. Like I don't think the only monetization I've heard good things about, and I've been very interested in this because I now make most of my money through monetization, is TikTok and YouTube. YouTube is much harder to build a following. Instagram, I just think it doesn't pay very well. And X I hadn't heard of, but like looking it up, it's people are saying like even just like big X people are like it's pennies for like way too much work. Best income is TikTok and YouTube, yeah. But guys, please find me on all the apps. I'm on IG, Bluesky, Clapper, YouTube, Threads, Twitch, Fanbase, all of them. Please follow me on the apps. Hopefully this app won't go away, but
Which way are you leaning right now?
I'm leaning on what?
If it's gonna get banned or not?
I think it is.
You think it is okay?
Yeah. I've been leaning towards I think it is for most of the year. People keep being like, no, it can't happen. Can't happen in America. Yeah. I'm just a pessimist. You know what I mean? I am hoping beyond hope that I don't think it's 100% gonna get banned. I think that there is a chance that it won't, but like I have not had high hopes for it really this year.
Yeah.
I am on Bluesky, yeah. No one follows me on Bluesky. Please find me on there. But I also think it's crazy. I think that if it gets banned because of we looked it up, it's like 25 or $24.2 billion worth of revenue. And it's like $5 billion over $5 billion in taxes from small businesses get brought in through like that's not, I know that's not like a huge percentage of the like economy and the taxes on, but it's not nothing. Like over $5 billion in taxes is a decent fucking chunk of taxes brought in. And there's millions of small businesses and Americans that rely on this income. And like when you combine losing this with the fucking tariffs that they're about to impose, a lot of people are about to go hungry. Me included, right? Me included. Rugrat, stop. Thank you for blocking.
Yeah, that was enough of that.
But yeah, That's
Also, not just that, don't forget about the deportations, because that's going to be a lot of jobs lost there too.
another, yeah, a lot of, well, that's more just labor loss. That's the thing too. It's convenient, right? We're going to lose a lot of cheaper labor, and a lot of people, and yeah, they don't care about TikTokers. They don't care about community. Jill, they don't care about any of us. All of a sudden there's going to be a hell of a lot of people out of work or like missing a revenue stream through TikTok, and they're going to get rid of low paid workers that need to do, pick strawberries and stuff. That's convenient. Yeah. I agree, user. It's interesting, user 50. It's interesting how different the vibes are on each app. Even if I post the same content, well, ish. I post the same videos, but then I have to like tailor how I post each video slightly. I try not to do too much because I'm fucking lazy, but like I'll share it to I'll post it on Instagram, and then I'll share it to Threads, and like on Threads I have to come up with like whatever. It's the whole thing. Yeah, exactly, Abe. I agree, Simon. I think that's another thing that's so fucky. It's like in the United States, there's basically under the Constitution, you're entitled to basically facing your accusers. And that means you are entitled to seeing whatever like evidence is against you. You know what I mean? If someone is accusing you of doing something, criminal, civil, whatever, you are entitled to discovery. You are entitled to see all of the accusations. You're allowed to question anyone who testifies against you. You're allowed to examine all evidence that is used against you, all that stuff. And in this case, because they cry national security, they don't have to do that. And it completely goes against the Constitution that like provides for that. So can you imagine? And this is a thing that happens, right? We've got these like weird shadow courts. This is going to make me sound like a conspiracy theorist, but we know this. We've had these shadow courts that like will approve warrants like secretly because of national security. This all kind of came out since 9/11. We've created this whole system in the United States that's like it circumvents the Constitution by making these claims of or appealing to national security. So our Constitution is like slowly but surely being eroded, and the rights that we are guaranteed by the Constitution are just easily, avoided, walked around just because national security. That's how fucking Gitmo was a thing, National security. They can spy on us without warrants because national security. They can accuse us of things and not allow us to see whatever evidence is being used against us, national security. They can, abridge our First Amendment right, national security. Is it just for criminal cases? Yeah. Biden brainchild? I mean, not exactly. Patriot Act was well before Biden. They can get rid of Iron Giant, national security. Yeah, Patriot Act was Bush era. Coming up on this mask. Being all soaked in. We love it. What's I gonna pull? A little Constitution. Blah, 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 blah. Article 1. Blah, blah, blah. Where is the, First Amendment right to use a particular app. Technically, no. Amendment 1, freedom of religion, speech, and the press, rights of assembly and petition. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So, I, the people, would like to exercise the free exercise of the freedom of speech, the press, this is how I am press-ish, and the right to peaceably assemble with people on this app, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Confrontation clause is Sixth Amendment. Great. Thank you. Rights to a fair trial. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Rights in criminal cases. This is 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentation, grand jury accepting all in cases arising in the land of blah, 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 blah. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be okay, that's double jeopardy. Confess. Nor shall be confessed or compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation.
That one's kind of funny because without, just compensation, which can be anything or nothing.
No, I didn't see. Did they send up a drone? I saw some news last night about the New Jersey drones. New Jersey drones. And they made their way to Staten Island. North Jersey mayors demand action from New Jersey feds on flurry of drone sightings. Have the feds weighed in? Because if they haven't, it's definitely feds. It's definitely feds. It feels like they're just like concerning. Officials haven't said where they're coming from or why they're here. Yeah, that just kind of sounds like the feds pulling some sneaky shit. But I guess the Dark Night Sky. Is that a UFO? Put this back. Yeah. Well, the fact that I'm, at least from what I've seen of like, I haven't dug super deep into this, but the fact that like it's mostly people like asking, begging feds and like hire New Jersey officials to like say something about it, and they're just not, from what I can tell. It's like, okay, it's definitely just government fuckery. It's probably just like military testing. It's not gonna be that crazy. But they probably just don't want to tell people also.
What do these drones look like? I haven't heard much about it. I mean, is it possible that it's like some company getting ready to set up their delivery by drones like Walmart and some other places have been doing?
Yeah. But if that were the case,
they have to run tests for that.
But if that were the case, then the government would still be like, hey, what the hell is going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like. Yeah, some DJI drones. Oh, yeah. Then she said nothing more about it till earlier this week over Bedminster, New Jersey. It also might just genuinely be like a bit of a prank.
Yeah, it could be.
But also could just be spies. The drones appear to be significantly larger than those widely available to hobbyists. Okay, but drones available to hobbyists can get pretty fucking big.
Yeah, they can be quite large. Like the size of a dining room table.
Yeah. The FAA temporarily banned drones from flying over a military base in Morris County and a golf club. Oh, owned and frequented by President-elect Donald J. Trump. Prevented a medical helicopter from picking up a person injured in a car crash. Oh, that's fucked. State leaders and elected officials have said the drones do not pose any threat to the public, but have yet to provide any information about who might be operating them or why. Okay, yeah, it's the government. Like, don't worry, guys, it's fine. It's fine. But they won't tell you.
Yeah, that reminds somebody else in the comment said that some states require registering. Some counties. It all depends on where you're at, I guess.
They have to register that size, Jill. Yes, but also as someone who works in the film industry, you have to register that size. Means you have to register that size to legally fly, but people illegally fly drones all the fucking time. I know because it's my job to try to get them to not illegally fly them, and all I have are clients that are like, but we could just illegally fly them, right? And I have to be like, no, you cannot just illegally fly them. And they will be like, okay, but like, what if we do it and like you just pretend not to know? Shit like that. It's possible, Simon, but also it's possible that, I don't know, there's like, the government doesn't always know what every other bit of the government is doing. Also, the fact that the FAA only like banned drones flying over a military base and the golf club would suggest that that to me doesn't like outright prevent it from being, or like rule out this being just the government doing its own thing, because there's like there's something that just happened. God, what state was it in? It might have been in like California, San Diego, San Francisco, something like that, where the city basically fined itself because they cleared out like a homeless sort of encampment and put up fences, and then they like served itself like a fine for putting up fences where it was not allowed to put up fences. Like, that shit happens all the time. And the fact that they would only ban drones from flying over a military base and a golf club is like suggests that they're like, that they are just government things, and they're just like, hey, just by the way, this is the no-go zone, because not everyone on the ground is going to know about every flight pattern of every government branch and testing and whatever. Let's see. Barry McCaffrey. He's retired. Firstly, he's retired, so he probably is not given information on classified operations. I'm mostly seeing him talking about stuff on Iran. I am, Simon. Can you not tell? No, I'm just seeing him talking about New Jersey drones. I can't find him. The Meadville Tribune 4 days ago said that the FBI is investigating reports of large drones. Okay. But the Meadville Tribune. Why is no one else reporting this? Oh. Monthly digital subscription, $18.99. Are you fucking kidding me? Meadville Tribune. I wouldn't even pay that much for like, what? Jesus. Oh, that's funny. But is it classified stuff on everything? Like, would he be getting like a breakdown on things like flight testing in a random part of the fucking country? Right. I'm not seeing, it's not popping up for me. I don't know if they like, it got clipped and put online, but let's see. New Jersey drones. The report have alarmed local law enforcement officials, the police chief. Nefarious in nature. Hunter officials said that drones have been seen. Drone sightings which have been concentrated in northern New Jersey have been reported, blah, blah, blah. Some Staten Island residents asked the FBI and the FAA to investigate the sightings in a letter describing the ongoing mystery as odd and quite bizarre. The FBI's Newark field office has urged anyone with relevant information about the drones to call the Bureau's tip line or submit information online. Governor Philip D. Murphy of New Jersey said in a statement on social media that his office was actively monitoring the situation in coordination with federal and state law enforcement officers, and there was no known threat to the public at this time. See, this feels like people know more about what it is than they're like willing to release, or you know. This is a face mask. Abed. Try an Abed in the morning. For many New Jersey residents like the Dunbars, the drones feel more like an oddity and a nuisance than a threat. Still, the family's on edge, unnerved by the nightly mystery. They wonder when or if the flyovers will end. I'm not a conspiracist by any means, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Philippe, if you're in here... Philippe, are you in here? What's weird to me is that, like, the internet hasn't, like, crowdsourced, like, a drone search. Like, what's stopping... There's nothing stopping me and Philippe. Do you want to go drive around and look for these drones?
Oh, that sounds like a fun adventure.
Right? Right? Nope. Okay, never mind.
Oh, come on. You got to be more adventurous than that.
Not right now. I'm not saying right now, but like, if this keeps going, I know you're moving, we're busy, but it's hard to believe that the internet hasn't crowdsourced just like a bunch of people being like, okay, we'll just hang out in our cars, kind of like each of us like a few miles away from each other. You know what I mean? Like and then when the drones are spotted, drive towards them and see what we find. There's got to be someone like operating them from the ground, right?
Find out where they're coming from, where they're going to. It wouldn't be that hard to do. It'd take a little time.
Yeah, right? It's crazy to me that the internet hasn't done that. We should do that.
See if they're all going in the same direction or if they're doing some sort of different pattern.
Yeah, you could live stream it. You could make some money.
Yeah, if nothing else, it'd make for really good content.
Yeah, if nothing else. Philippe, you hear that? If nothing else, great content.
Could be fun.
Oh, yay, chill. Philippe, are you doing a face mask at least? Try an oven in the morning. Amazon got drone delivery clearance last month. Okay, well, that might be related. The scariest thing, though, about all this like drone delivery stuff is like that's when you gotta worry about how much easier it's gonna be for like nefarious actors to use drones in nefarious ways. You know what I mean? Like once it's normalized for people to see drones just with big payloads moving around, that's when it's like going to be way easier for people to just do that. Yeah, that too, Sage. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Philippe.
Yeah, I did see a article where a guy did a pew pew one down somewhere. Was that in Florida or something? And it was just an Amazon drone.
Oh, really? That's like super illegal, though. You can't.
Oh yeah, they took him away. He was out like it was hovering over the neighbor's house.
You know, it's funny. I guess the one benefit is that if Amazon does do that, that might be like a surefire way to get a bunch of "don't tread on me" crazies locked up. You know?
Oh yeah, they're gonna lose it.
Yeah, Caglio, the mask is supposed to get more and more transparent as it goes along, and then once it's fully transparent, that's when it's done. It's just about done. It's just about done. There's like a little bit here. They did a lookalike contest. I saw that. Yeah, that was funny. Okay, Queen Elizabeth. You think Queen Elizabeth did this? Oh, Abed's trying to come up. Show you an Abed in the morning. Minus the blood.
Hey, Brianna.
Hi, Abed. How's it going?
Good. It's been too long. You've had me on before.
Yeah, I thought I had. There's still more here. Whatever. I'm sure it's fine. Should I just...
So what's the tea
What's the
about
tea?
with TikTok? Are they going to ban it?
Yeah, looks like it. There's still a small chance that the Supreme Court will decide not to. But the appeals court was a panel of judges. They just ruled that it's going ahead with the ban. So that doesn't really bode well for its future with the Supreme Court. But,
And how do you feel about that? Is that Abed from Community? Hells yeah.
Hells yeah. I do not feel good about it. But TikTok right now helps me. I'm a filmmaker, and the film industry, I've talked about this before. I don't know if you've been in here before when I've talked about this. The film industry is not in a healthy spot, and it has not been for many years. And now I'm getting information from producers that 2025 is slated to look even worse, especially for large multinational productions, apparently. Like a friend who like knows a producer that deals with like these like European and American combo productions said he just took he's on sabbatical in Bali because he's like there's zero financing going on those in that realm. So TikTok has been helping me basically pay my bills more and more, as we went along. I was actually building something here. I've been really excited. Not just that, it's helped me find like a pretty cool community, but also just like on a personal note, it has helped me the pandemic like kind of destroyed a lot of things for me, including my career, but it mostly made me feel like I had nothing of value to say, that I would never, that there was no one out there ever, there was no audience, there was no nothing that would be receptive to anything I wanted to put out into the world. That was like the biggest sort of thing I lost, is confidence that I had anything of value to say. And this app has helped me kind of gain that back in a very serious way, in large part because I'm making money off of sharing my point of view, but I've also found this community, and I'm, the more I say, the more people sign up to listen to it, and there's something really, really empowering and confidence building in that. So personally, I'm absolutely devastated.
What's the likelihood that they're gonna ban it?
Pretty good likelihood.
Almost certain?
Yeah, almost certain. I'm not going to say 100%. There's always a chance that, like I said, that the Supreme Court would, overturn the ruling. But it was passed by...
Will I ever see you again?
Will you ever see me again? That depends. You got to find me on the other apps, I guess. I know, Ovid. I know it's hard. Were you the person who convinced me to get Milo?
Yes.
Okay.
Not get it, but you happened upon eating it.
Oh, okay. You're one of the people.
I know, we started talking about Australian stuff and how dangerous kangaroos are, etc.
Yes. Yeah. Supreme Court might not even take it correct. Yeah, Jill. So the Supreme Court doesn't even... Thank you, Jill. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. That does make me feel better. That makes me feel a little bit more confident. I hope the other apps don't yet pay any fucking bills for me. Let me put it that way. So I've got a couple of problems to solve for, right? I gotta make sure that I don't get super fucking depressed again and convinced that, whatever. But a big part also is I gotta pay my bills. So,
So they're earmarking January 19th. What's the point of January 19th?
So the reason it's not January 19th was not selected for a specific reason. It just is according to the timeline that was laid out by the bill that was passed, that was passed into a law, signed into law. That was the original timeline of, I believe it was 9 months originally, right? Is that when it was passed? Let's see. Yeah, 3/14. So 9 months originally. It was like you had, when they passed this bill, which we have here, we can pull it up and read it if you want again. It was like you have 9 months to basically divest or get banned. With an option, the president of the United States will have the option of extending it by 90 days, so another 3 months, to a total, basically that would amount to a total of 1 full calendar year, if they're currently building a deal, if they're currently working out the details of a sale or a deal. So it's not like it was selected for a specific reason. It just happens to be the 9 months from when Congress passed the law. I know some people are acting like it's super significant because it was done on purpose, the day before, Trump gets inaugurated and stuff. But it's actually just a fucking coincidence that's when Congress. I mean, unless Congress. This was spearheaded by Republicans in the first place. So, it's very possible that they did this to make, the current administration look bad, and Democrats fucking fell for it because they're idiots. That's gonna get me possibly banned, but I say this as a leftist, by the way. I'm not MAGA, but I don't know. It's not.
I don't know. Maybe Elon Musk can save us all.
How the fuck would Elon Musk save us all? Please don't.
I don't know. He can just put his suit on and fire a laser beam or something.
Right.
Catch a rocket with some chopsticks. I don't know. Do something.
Yeah.
This is what he does.
Yeah. He totally saves things and doesn't at all fuck them up.
I mean, he did get that train to levitate in a sealed chamber using air in a vacuum sealed chamber. Hyperloop. Oh wait,
Yeah.
that didn't work.
If Elon buys this app, I'm closing my account. Well, it's only subject to it being for sale. Like ByteDance need to have an appetite to sell it. It's if it's incorporated in China,
It's not
you know,
incorporated
and
in
they don't want to
China,
sell it.
ironically.
It's not.
Oh, I guess HQ is located in China, but originally it was incorporated, I believe, in the Cayman Islands and or Singapore or something like that. Like, it's ironically, yeah, they have HQ set in China, but also it's not. It's like owned by, or the founder is not even Chinese. He's Singaporean, I believe, originally part of, and also TikTok Limited is like is a U.S. subsidiary. It's the whole thing.
I don't know, man. All roads lead to China. That's the vibe I'm getting.
And who gives a shit though? Like, you know what I mean? I get it. I know it's for an adversary, whatever. But you know the best way to actually like limit, like China can get all of our data by paying for it because it's very cheap. Like all of our data is for sale anyway. That's what my friend told me that like convinced me to finally get on TikTok because I was one of these people of like, I don't want China to have my data. Da, 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 da.
I'm really concerned about people getting a hold of my data because I'm such an interesting character.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and also, listen, there's absolutely danger in people having your data. Not because they're going to specifically target you for like blackmail or something like that, but it's like you're more easy to manipulate with data like that. But it's like you don't need to be China to access that data. You know what I mean? That data is for sale. And I helped canvass during the election, and this I've only told this once, because I didn't want people to misconstrue this. But so I mostly canvassed for the Democrats campaign, but I also canvassed for a like nonpartisan, just get out the vote thing that was like specifically targeting low propensity voters who cared about the environment, which is pretty specific, right? And in the explanation, they were telling us like, okay, so this list that we came with is basically people like whether or not you vote. A lot of Americans don't know this. Whether or not you vote is public record. Your vote itself, like who you voted for, is not public record, but whether or not you vote in each election is public record. So people can look up and see how likely of a voter you are. And that's also how we know like demographics, like who shows up to vote and who doesn't. But so they were like, this list of people of doors to knock on is like compiled from like voting records. So we see that they're low propensity voters, people that are registered to vote but have not voted often in the previous like however many years, but also based on their Google search data and other app data demonstrate an interest or a concern about the environment. And that's really fucking specific, right? So I was given a list of people, their names, their addresses, their ages, and I knew that they were a low propensity voter, and I knew that their Google search history showed that they apparently gave a shit about environmental things. And I was like, to go knock on doors. And that's all I was given specifically by this group to go like canvas. I heard that freaked me out. Just to be clear, I'm not.
You don't want to know my Google search history.
Right. Well, but my point being, like, it's all easy.
It's all scented candles.
But this is like, yeah, right. I don't want anyone knowing that either. But it's like so easy for like, this is a nonprofit organization. This is a nonpartisan, nonprofit, small organization, right? Like this is not a big thing. There's so many groups that do this, right? The Democratic Party, has voter rolls, of course. The Republican Party has voter rolls. But like every special interest group in the fucking country, in the world, can buy this sort of data and find out, like get that level of detailed information about you. You don't have to be China to access that. That is for fucking sale. So
the Republican Party has that level of detail for pew pew owners.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was something that conservatives didn't want the government having, a registry of pew pew owners. but the Republican Party under Trump compiled that list.
Mm-hmm.
They put it together. They know how many you own.
Yeah.
They know what kind you own. They know where you live.
Yeah.
They know how many children you have. I mean, it's very specific.
Yeah.
And conservatives don't seem to care, which is shocking to me.
I think most of them just don't
Anyways,
even know. They don't realize, you know?
Well, all I can say is conservatives believe I exist, but they can't prove it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But it's just, yeah, it's just crazy to me that we're acting as though, and I understand, right? The algorithm itself can be affected. They're more afraid. It's less about them accessing the data, more about them using the algorithm to do whatever. And blah, 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 blah. Okay, Russia's doing it already. They're doing it with fucking Facebook. Who gives a shit? They're doing nothing. You know what I mean? Like, they're doing it with Facebook. They're doing it with X. They're doing it with everything. Truth Social, I
they're
believe.
doing it here. They're doing it here.
Yeah, they're doing it here. But also, like, isn't Truth Social at least partially funded by, like, didn't we know that? Didn't it come out very early on that, like, part of the fucking funding for Truth Social came from fucking Russia?
I would be willing to bet that Truth Social is like the other Trump merch made in China.
Yeah, that too.
Did you hear that when this is a couple of years ago, TikTok, there was a couple of rumors coming out that TikTok was a CCP psyop designed to turn the minds of young people into jelly.
I think it's very funny.
I mean, as a psyop in what sense? Like,
Used as a form of warfare, like quiet war, silent warfare.
I mean, it's more, the government is kind of alleging that they could use it. Like, even the government has said, like, well, there's no evidence that they have used it in any ways like that. But the point is that they could. You know what I mean?
Yes, they could. Yeah.
Right, but I would say if that's true, and listen, I think social media, dopamine-based apps and stuff, to a certain level are, yes, they run on the fact that turning our brains to mush makes us more and more likely to make the money, right? Like, sure, on some level, absolutely. But if that's true for TikTok, that's true for Instagram. That's true for YouTube.
Yep.
That's true for every dopamine-based, application program, which is every social media app.
They just don't like that it's another government who has access to those mushy brains.
Yeah.
They want the control that they have over, that they think they have over TikTok or over, Facebook and X and Instagram and
Yeah. Well, they
all the
also,
others.
I mean, they don't even have control over the American apps either. Like, you know what I mean? Like, every attempt they've made at, like, getting the American social media apps under control is, like, has fucking failed too. They don't have
Well, they
control over them.
think they do, but they think they do, don't they? They
Sure.
hold hearings and they drag Mark Zuckerberg in there and make his pale, sweaty ass testify and blah, blah, blah.
Sure. I mean, I think it's simply like firstly, there was a lot of lobbying by Zuckerberg, by Google, by Meta, by Amazon. All of them were big lobbyists against TikTok because it's their main rival. And not only does money help to grease those palms, but also scaring them and saying, oh, your opponent gets more traction on here. It's as simple as that, right? And that's why Republicans were basically against this app from the beginning and have been the ones trying to get this outlawed from the beginning, because the conservative viewpoints have captured all other social media apps in America, because it just so happens that conservative ideology is much more convenient for billionaires to line their pockets while we, fight it out amongst ourselves. So yeah, every other fucking app, in American-based app, has a vested interest in enriching its, CEOs and billionaire owners at our expense. TikTok is the only app that didn't have that. I mean, to a certain extent it did, right? Because 80% of it is owned by international investors, and among those is an American billionaire. but it's the only app that didn't like have such an explicitly clear benefit from prioritizing these like right-wing ideologies that will lead people to idolize and lionize billionaires over their own interests, right? It's the only one that's just like that purely makes money from engagement purely. And like that's it. So it's an app that allowed more left-wing ideas to proliferate and to gain traction the way right-wing ideas did on other apps where the scales were kind of weighted. And so Republicans, Trump is the one who kind of started this whole like let's try to ban the whole fucking thing. And Republicans in Congress then took up that mantle after him. And so it's been like, you know, like it wasn't until they could tell Democrats, and they got AIPAC involved in that lobbying effort to be like, hey, you know, not only will you get money for this, but also it's like your opposing view is getting traction on here. And it just so happens that the one opposing view to all American politicians, most American politicians, regardless of where they lie politically on the spectrum, is the question of is and pal. And it just so happened to be that was the best way to get Democrats on board. You could grease those grease those palms with a little bit of lobbying money, but also scare them shitless. You know, I don't think they actually, maybe some of them genuinely believe the whole like China bullshit, but I think most of them see this as a very just advantageous thing to a certain extent, where they're like, oh, pro pal content does better on that app than on others. Yeah, we got to ban it. You have the third. Wait, Little Nightmares 3 didn't come out yet, though, Caglio, right? Did it? Okay. Is it true Elon Musk is creating his own version of TikTok? I haven't heard that. I wouldn't be surprised. Not going on that fucking thing. Okay, Caglio. Yeah, it's competition, exactly. The wild thing is, though, the crazy thing, and I'm not here to like defend China, you know, there's so much wrong with it, you know, that I'll happily criticize and have. However, like in the current situation of like superpowers in this country, China is the one that's like least interested in like stirring shit up. I'm not saying that, you know, they don't, you know, engage in espionage or anything like that. The others do, of course, but like, you know, they benefit the most. They're doing great. Like China has been on an upswing for years now. Their economy is doing better and better. Like, yes, there's like a recent dip and stuff, but like they benefit from the current status quo where everyone's like, okay, like there's a handful of superpowers in the world and we all are like not really friends, but like we're not at war with each other either. And so like, and this has been, you know, from people who are familiar with this, right? I'm repeating what I've seen reported. Like, this has been a source of tensions between them and Putin, because Putin's like out here trying to just fucking light the world on fire. And they're kind of like, hey man, can we just like let things be, like things are great. Can we maybe not stir shit up and like potentially cause like World War III? And so that's a bit of an issue. Like, I don't think China is out here trying to aggravate the United States to get, you know, one of its largest fucking trade partners / enemies to get even more pissed off. They're not trying to do that. The US just doesn't understand, like, listen, like a tenuous peace is actually better for everyone. Like, if everyone is just like economically doing great and stuff, you don't actually have to be like swinging your dick around being like, look at us, we're actually number one. Like, whatever. Yeah, right, Jill, but they're happy to just let it sit if like they don't. Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't want power and economic leverage. Absolutely they do. However, things are working out pretty great for them and have been working out pretty great for them. So they also haven't been like rocking the boat so much, you know. I mean, again, they do some fucked up shit and I'm not defending that in any way, shape, or form, but like on a global stage, they haven't really, you know, gone out of their way to like try to head into war with anyone. You know what I mean? Also, they have a shitty military, so they would not be good in war situation. Yes. Well, I don't know if that's who said it, Abe, but yes, I've heard that. Yeah, right, Sage. But yeah. Hey, Dark Sage, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Is that you, Sage? On there? Ugh, yeah, Jill. How much money's being thrown at the manhunt? I saw a number of how many people have been unalived in New York City since the start of the year. And it's like not a single one of those people got this sort of treatment.
Well, of course not. They weren't extremely wealthy. It's nothing new. It's no different than the ocean submarine thing. The poor people just aren't important enough to spend that kind of money on.
Thank you, Sentient. See, where is this? Okay, so 15 unalivings, purposeful unalivings with the M word in August 2024. Oh, here. Total. Here, wait. No. I want the total for the year. Yeah, UH hasn't given it. Neither is his family. Year to date. Okay. 2024, 347 murders. 347 murders in New York City in 2024.
And none of those got citywide shut searches and things.
Nope. This is the first I've ever seen of that.
It's the first time they've had a no expenses spared search.
Yeah. Funny how that works, huh? Yeah, crime in New York City is not as high as Fox News wants you guys to think it is.
Right.
It's also down this year from last year. I know, Jill. That fucking hostile girl.
Well, look at it like this. The rest of us can learn from those small mistakes.
Careful what you say.
Yeah,
Careful
that's
what you
all I'm
say.
saying, We learn things as we go along.
I just opened this. Manhunt for United Healthcare CEO killer meets unexpected obstacle. Sympathy for the G-man.
I don't think it was really that unexpected. Maybe the upper class didn't expect it, but
This is the first that I'm aware of. I think they lied, Kevin. I think so. I'm really glad that I said in my TikTok about it, like, take the New York Post with a grain of salt. I'm really glad I said that because I'm pretty sure that they grossly exaggerated what Eric Adams was saying. I saw their claims reported on by Reuters. That's pretty like trustworthy, and they were very careful to be like, the New York Post is reporting this. The New York Post quoted Eric Adams as saying this, and da-da-da. And it said at the end, like, Reuters has not been able to independently like verify this. I'm pretty sure that between Eric Adams trying to like save face and the New York Post just being shitty, they're both known to lie. So
I do think it would be like, I'll put this out there while we're on live. If that guy had someplace in the woods away from everywhere else he could go, he could DM somebody for an address or something. That would be great. Way away from everywhere.
I'm sure
Nobody comes there.
he seems like a man with a plan. So
Yeah, he really does.
I think he's probably, he knows where he's headed. I know, right, Spawn? To be honest, I'm going to keep taking credit for this. My first ever viral TikTok was about this. It was about the submarine implosion, the Titan submersible. And my video was, I started off by saying, I genuinely believe that this is like, I think we're entering into a historically unprecedented times, or I genuinely believe that this is about to be a time for the history books. And I said, because, we're entering like off with their heads territory. And I kind of was talking about like the fact that the reaction to the Titan submersible and the 5 billionaires on board, like, was mostly just humor and people laughing about it. I was like, I think that this motions to the like, I was being more comedic with it, so I'm trying to like explain it less funnily. I was basically saying like, this is how it starts. Like every sort of history book preceding, Vive la Revolution, like it starts off with like this sort of anxiety and like propaganda, like making fun of the ruling class and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, and I'm willing to bet that before people purposefully started using violence, that there were a couple of like one or two things that made them go, hey, that's actually pretty cool. You know what I mean? And so that's what I like predicted last summer. Yeah, Adams used to be a Republican, too. Adams has always been a Republican. He just ran with a D in his name. Me too, Sage. Yes and no. The problem is we have too many, like, creature comforts available to us, so it's a lot easier for us to, like, we're kind of like lobsters in the boiling pot of water. It's like, I think a lot more people are willing to let things get worse and worse in a lot of ways, as long as they're still getting better in others. So like, as long as the new and I'm not trying to be like, oh, as long as we can buy shiny things, that's it. No, like, you know, everyone loves to just think of this argument that people always make against left-wing ideology, right? Of like, you're better off, you have a better, you know, way of life here and now than, I mean, they'll usually say like, than anywhere else in the world, but like, than at any other point in history, right? Like 50 years ago, you're better off now. You know, like, everyone has an iPhone, everyone has this, da da da. And they use that to sort of demonstrate that somehow our country is not on a not so great path for the mass majority of Americans. And it's like, it's just an easy tactic, right? I think it's like the perfect way to get like lobsters and frogs to like not realize that the water is boiling around them, because you keep making the more advancements in technology that make life overall more convenient for people, the easier it is to make them not realize that things are getting more difficult, like long term for them and for each generation. The invention of the guillotine inspired the French Revolution. Really? Was it actually the invention that inspired it? Yeah, normalizing. Like one thing that I've heard a lot just whenever I talk to like right-wing people, less now because a lot of the points have changed, but before the Republicans suddenly became the party of like, oh my God, the economy is terrible, which they usually like to bury their heads in the sand about how it's going for people. Usually they'd be like, okay, but like, you can't complain about now time, you know, these days, like present times, because look, like life is so much better for everyone. Like, you have an iPhone. Like 50 years ago, like no one had an iPhone. Like 50 years ago, no one could afford an iPhone. Da 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 da. Like, you know, look around. Like, technology has advanced so much in the last 50 years, and that's because of like all these things, you know, and it's advancing more quickly. And basically, people are like, no, the things are not going in a bad direction, because look at all the advancements that humanity has made. And look at how much cooler your life is now than it would have been 50 years ago. Like, that's a big sort of like set of arguments I have come up against when talking to more like right-wing people. They're like, life is way better now than it was 50 years ago. And so, yeah, I'm saying like, Jill or Sage said that they were surprised that it's taken this long for people to sort of like bubble up into this mentality of like, hey, shit's not okay, and like maybe it's time to revolt, you know? And I'm saying I'm surprised, but also not as surprised, because it's a lot easier to get people to bury their heads in the sand with things like, oh, but look at this shiny new iPhone. And not in a materialistic sense, but you sell them on the fact that the country is making progress, because look at all the cool new gadgets they have. Look at the cool new technology. You convince people that means that like life is way better now. Because in some measures, yeah, life is better than it was 50 years ago for most people. Sure. In some measures, yes. But that doesn't actually that's a much more tangible comparison than when you say like, okay, but like income inequality, social mobility, you know, opportunity, that is hard. That is so much less tangible unless you're looking at numbers. And even then, it's like, it's hard to put into like an experienceable understanding as an individual. So it's really, really easy to convince people that things aren't so bad while you're just giving them shiny, gadgets. Yeah, right, Sage. Because also it's like, I mean, just look at it's definitely not the economy itself, right? Because if you tell, as we can see, as we're already seeing, And it's always proven. If you tell people that the economy is good, they feel that the economy is good. If you tell them that it's bad, they feel that it's bad. And so, like, we have a whole bunch of fucking MAGA who right now are acting as though the economy all of a sudden is completely fixed ever since Trump won the election. But most of those people, when you ask them, like we've had people in here who don't realize that Trump isn't the president yet. I've had multiple people come in here thinking that Trump was already inaugurated, has already stepped in and taken power and is the president. And so they're like, the economy's great ever since Trump took back power. And it's like, he hasn't. But like, you want, like, that's how easy it is for you to just think that one thing, like, the economy is the same economy that it was under fucking Biden. This is Biden's economy. And he has brought it back and has been increasingly improving under Biden by all measures, you know. Does that make it good for the vast majority of people? No, because we still have way too much inequality. But, you know, it's not genuine like, oh, the economy is blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? I know, right, Jill? It's wild. I can't believe some of the people that exist with opinions who have just as much of a say as I do in things, if not more so, because they live in a state that gives them more of a say. Like, that's wild. People who genuinely think that Trump is the president right now have more powerful votes than me. I know how laws are passed. This is wild. I'm not even, you don't have to be an expert. Like, I just know how laws are passed. And they think Trump is president right now. Simple. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's the difference. It's wild. I can't believe we're fucking getting
They don't really need to know how laws are passed. All they need is a scapegoat to blame everything on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe the left should start trying that. Just scapegoat something and stick to it forever.
Well, they don't need to scapegoat. All they got to do is point. It's the fucking billionaires. It's the billionaires. It's the billionaires. Like, get better with the rhetoric. Whoops, sorry. Get better with the fucking messaging on it. Don't be soft on the billionaire and CEO thing. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. But we do need to feel sorry for the billionaires. You know, they've got it really hard.
Who will think of the billionaires?
Life is tough for them. They got to be soft with it because that's where they get their funding.
Yep.
Trump wants to be king. Somebody says Trump wants to keep TikTok. He also wants to be king. So
yeah,
there's that.
Trump wants to keep
a
TikTok.
never-ending supply of KFC on hand or something.
I hope Trump does keep TikTok. That would be great. I don't want it to be owned by Elon Musk, but like. Yeah, I mean, it could be, dude. That's exactly the kind of energy. What's crazy. I kind of want to talk about this on TikTok before we lose TikTok, but like, you know, I wrote this like pilot. Let me pull it up. Before the pandemic, that was like about these groups, these like liberal leftist groups in the United States back in the late 60s, early 70s, and like how we've had movements like this, and they were spearheaded by some crazy people, granted, you know what I mean? Like, mine was very critical of the people who were running around like blowing things up, to be clear. But it was like, but the point was like, even though they were like the extremists, there was huge movements like around the Vietnam War and stuff that were like anti-US imperialism, and they were anti these like bigger than life ideas and like power structures, and people came out and like really fucking showed up. He danced around the answer. Yeah, that's what I heard, Tracy. I tried to find the clip earlier. We couldn't actually find what he said. Let's see if I can find my yeah, some of them might have. Trump is not. People who voted for Trump because they're anti-war are fucking nuts. Why can't I open this? Oh, it's downloading. Yeah, Kevin. Live critique sesh of his. Who was the interviewer again? I've been seeing clips pop up left and right. We could do it. I mean, yeah, I gotta start getting better at the whole reaction content thing if I'm gonna be stuck doing this on YouTube. We also gotta figure out how to bring up guests on YouTube and stuff. God. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
I'll do
Shop
some
23.
research into that.
So will it now go? Sorry, Shop 23. I'm not sure when you sent that. Will it now go to SCOTUS? Yes. So SCOTUS can decide whether or not to take the case. Oh, we dropped. People dropped. All right. All right. Brenna reacts. God, I hate reaction. I don't hate it. I don't want that to be my life, personally. So mostly commercial short form stuff spawn. Before the pandemic, I had a screenplay and a pilot that were doing pretty well, that were like history based, like social issue stuff. And that's what I would love to one day get back to. But it was hard enough to get it made in America before Trump was reelected. I think it's only going to get harder now that everyone in the media is like bending over backwards to suck his dick. Like reproductive rights, civil rights, women's liberation, racism, all that kind of stuff. PBS type? No. Like drama. No, not doc style. Like drama, you know, thriller drama kind of written based on actual historic events. It was pretty cool. What do you mean? I thought various states repealed women's right to and access to abortion. Or do you not actually know that, Glover? Also, I was writing about reproductive rights in the 1960s, so obviously you don't fucking know when Roe v. Wade was passed. Thanks for proving that you don't fucking know anything about this. Women didn't have reproductive rights in the 1960s. Oh, well, wait while you go fucking Wikipedia that shit. They just went running. Okay. All right. Man, listen, if you want to scuffle over women's reproductive rights, I'm all fucking ears. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Oh, that's cool, Spawn. Yeah, someone came in here mentioning it earlier. Let me see. I'll make this like a little bit less.
Who is where is it? Jay-Z. Is this like a politician or something?
No. He's a hip hop, like king of hip hop, basically.
Oh, okay. Like a singer.
Yeah.
Got it.
Musical artist. Have you heard of Beyonce?
Oh, yeah. I've heard the name.
Shit. They are married. 13-year-old.
Oh, no. Yeah.
In 2000. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. God grew up in a very insular community, a very religious and insular community. So
Yeah, and then I just worked all the time forever because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Work forever.
Damn. Fucking knew it. Jay-Z accused in a lawsuit Sunday of R-word, a 13-year-old in 2000, allegedly, along with Sean Diddy Combs. The anonymous accuser, identified only as Jane Doe, said the assault happened after she was driven to an MTV Music Awards after party. The federal lawsuit was originally filed in October in the Southern District of New York, listing Combs as a defendant. It was refiled Sunday to include Carter. That's interesting. Texas-based attorney Tony Busby, who filed the suit, did not comment. Carter called the allegations idiotic in a lengthy statement Sunday evening and challenged that Busby was engaged in unprofessional behavior. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever could commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? Carter said in a statement to NBC News. These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case. Spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York declined to comment on whether the office is pursuing the case when shown NBC News' report on the lawsuit. Busby has filed several lawsuits in recent months. All have withheld their complainants' names, accusing Combs of assault and rape. This is the first suit in which he has named another high-profile defendant. In a statement, legal representatives for Combs called the suits shameless publicity stunts designed to extract payment from celebrities who fear having lies spread about them, blah, 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 blah. Okay. It is interesting, I will say. It's interesting that it was refiled to include him only now. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I have read some about the, Diddy thing?
Mm-hmm.
And heard a lot of people question, like, how many other people are going to be in on this? Like,
Yeah.
I guess it'll be like the island thing. We may or may not never know.
Yeah. Yes. It's very possible. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about what?
And my other question is, why do
Jay-Z?
people keep letting their youngsters hang out with these
Well, this was
rich,
back
wealthy
in
people that
2000.
are kind of known for these things?
This was in 2000, to be fair. Let me see. Sorry, I want to see this.
Thank you, Ethan.
All right.
I guess I should point out that I'm not so innocent or sweet or whatever. I have met some of those famous people.
You have
That's
met some
pretty much
famous
the only
people.
ones I remember is the ones that I've met in person.
Hi, Andrew. You found us on Instagram.
Though I can't remember whether that one guy's name is Ice Cube or Ice T.
2000 was yesterday.
Something like that.
What about Ice Cube or Ice T?
Whichever one I ever met was, I worked on their house in Arizona. I met him, but I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah, Andrew's on Instagram. Instagram live stream, interesting. I know this is the first time I'm doing the Instagram one. I was testing it out. I do not like it. Straight up do not like it. It gives me zero options. I can't even like resize the camera on there or anything like that. No one goes on there except people I know, and it's very embarrassing for them to come on here and see that there's like 0 people on Instagram. That's why I literally just put this thing up here saying multi-streaming guests on TikTok so that people who come on Instagram know I'm not like just talking to myself on here. Oh God. Who's the most famous person
I read
you've met?
before says the more banners, the better. The more attention it gets.
Yeah,
The flying banners.
I'm sure. Thank you, Spawn. You too. Be sure to find me on the other apps, please. So Yaga on YouTube asks, who's the most famous person you have met? Who's the most famous person I have met? I didn't technically meet her, really, but she was like on set a couple of feet away from me. Jennifer Lawrence, I guess. I tap danced with Chris Hemsworth on set once. I taught what's his face? The British Spider-Man how to pull focus. I worked on with Hems is crazy, yeah. Tom Holland. No, I haven't met Tom Holland, but I'm friends with Tony Revolori, who was in those movies. Andrew Garfield, thank you. Yeah, Andrew Garfield, I taught how to pull focus. I worked on SNL for a couple years, so I know like Kyle Mooney, Beck Bennett, all that kind of stuff. He's British too. They're all British. All the good ones are British. All the good actors. Let's see what else. There's a lot of celebrities who like came on when I was working on SNL, but like barely, I met them briefly. I can't even remember. Thank you, Kevin. A lot of good it does me now. Tom Holland is also a British Spider-Man. Yes, that's right. Oh, got it. Yeah, I was not thinking. They're both British Spider-Man. That's what you meant. Okay. Yeah, the original, the first British Spider-Man. It does, Andrew. Thank you for keeping the Instagram live stream alive. All I see are names of people who came and left, and they're people I know, and it's like really pathetic. For a couple years. You know this, Nas. It does, Matt, yeah. Kendrick Lamar was on a shoot once, I believe. But it's, when you say meet someone, it's not like we shook hands or anything like that. Yeah, stuff like that. It's a good exercise in stoicism. Yeah, getting Tom Holland's Spidey is the least Spider-Man any Spider-Man can be. I actually haven't. I think I've seen one of those movies, to tell you the truth. I don't think I've really seen most of them. But yeah.
I know this really famous influence on TikTok.
Oh, yeah. Really famous. People, Jesus.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's funny. It's like, I mean, obviously I'm not fucking famous, but it always gives me like this weird thing when people, because sometimes people use that word and I'm like, what are you, like, who are you fucking talking about? I went to this Halloween party and my friend came up and we were like, and I was catching up with someone that I hadn't seen in a while. And I don't know, it was like, my friend was like, oh yeah, like, you know, oh, it's like you're doing really good on, you know, big on TikTok. It's getting better. I was like, yeah, it's going great and stuff. And she was like, yeah, people are asking now. People were asking like earlier, like, oh my God, is like Brenna famous now? Like, oh my God, she's famous now. And I was like, is that really a conversation that's being had behind my back? Because like literally fucking no, not even a little bit. And when people come in here and they say they use that word, it's usually as like an attack. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I feel like it sounds like I'm trying to humble brag. I'm not. I'm saying it's like, it's a very weird sensation when people use that word. And it's like, I know for a fact I'm not. So it feels like someone, like you're making fun of me. Not you, God. I know you're not. But it feels like when people I know IRL are like, oh yeah, like I heard you're like famous on TikTok. It's like, no, I'm not. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna say you're pretty famous anyway.
Okay, thank you. God, you're pretty fucking famous.
What? I don't see the appeal to the famousy people thing. They're just other people mostly.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is why celebrities fucking hate online creators. It's a whole different type of celebrity.
Right.
Jessa on Jessa Dohi, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, excuse me, on Instagram is asking, I'm too elevated, let's say, the H word, but I'm asking, TikTok got banned. Yes, the TikTok ban bill that was passed into a law back in March was challenged. They sued, and recently a panel of judges with the District Court of Appeals, they recently ruled to uphold the ban. So unless the Supreme Court agrees to hear the case and agrees to overturn the ban, it is effectively going to be banned on January 19th. Yeah, the more you're known, the less privacy. But yeah. I wish I was more famous than I am. It would have made it easier to transfer some of my fucking following to other apps. Your tap dance comment? You saw Scarlett Johansson in Soho once. You nodded. She acknowledged me for a quadrillionth of a second. I'm taking that to the grave. Nice. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, I've worked with Chloe Sevigny, Natasha Lyonne, Taryn Manning. All those. I don't know. You kind of just get desensitized. Oh, I met Jake Gyllenhaal once. He's famous. There you go. That's a person you can have. We shook hands. What was your tap dance comment, Halo? Yeah, so in theory, Jessa, the bill basically says that they have to sell, ByteDance has to divest from TikTok or sell to not Chinese investors by January 19th or face a ban. The thing is, the app is not for sale, and the that last sort of like 20% stake of ownership, because only 20% owned by Chinese investors, cannot be sold off without China's permission, which is typical. Like the U.S. also. Thank you, Jessa. Thank you. Thanks for. That's so nice. It's nice to hear that. They basically like. Yeah, it's very typical for a country's government to have like basically veto power over a large sale like that. So it's not like specific to China. I know some people in the United States act like it's the craziest thing that China would have a say in whether or not this humongous, huge moneymaker could be just exported entirely, because it's an export. It's ultimately an export. And they would have, and they have already said that no, they would not allow it to be like exported as such. So, you said if you don't see a tap dance video, you'll be mad with God tagged. Damn. I am rusty on the tap dancing. I'm not sure that I'd be able to deliver a very good video. You feel like every celebrity feels like an imposter at least once in their life. The feeling that you shared is mutual, just on a different scale. Yeah, probably. It's a good observation. It's a Jan 18th kind of video. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. January 18th, man, I'm going to go crazy on this app. Who knows what I'll upload? I'll upload my tap dancing videos. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Well, it is a dancing app, isn't it?
Hey. Jan 18th live finna go hard. Yeah, hey, we're gonna let's ride this ship out. You know what I mean? Let's be on the ship and let's see what happens the 19th. Let's do it. I'm gonna schedule that on my live stream.
Yeah. Set up one of those like you did before for the election thing.
Yeah, exactly. Another diner. No, I can't cry in public. I can't set myself up to cry in public. Ba-dum-ba-dum. Tap dancing with face mask while dissing Mega. Oh my god, yeah. Let's go out in a blaze of fucking
You could just
glory.
wear the earrings.
Oh my
while
god,
tap dancing.
absolutely. Yeah.
That gets them fired up.
We haven't brought those earrings back in a while. We should. I mean, it is Sunday. We're usually more chill. Yeah. Carrie didn't come into this live. I got her book. I texted her earlier. Look.
I thought I seen her earlier.
Was she in this live?
Oh no, wait. She was in
yours,
the one I did.
yeah.
That's right.
But
I wish we could do more to make things a little better for her also, but
yeah. That's the thing. I was gonna
so much we can do.
I'm gonna post about the book now, so hopefully that'll get some traction. But she's gonna. So this is like the tester, but she's gonna basically get. She's gonna make a couple changes. It sounds like to the cover because of the size. It's like pixelated in spots. Anyway.
I remember her from the first time she came in your live, and she said where she was living at, and me and Straight Edge was both like, oh no.
Yeah. You guys knew immediately. Ay. Yeah, the other day, like Philippe came in. She was was it last night? No, it was 2 nights ago. She was on here and talking about something, I forget. And Philippe, she was talking about the UHC guy. She was talking about how she's in love with him, and he's her soulmate.
Oh yeah.
And Philippe was like losing it at home, and he texted me, and he was like, she is so fucking funny. Like I am rafflecoptering or whatever. And then after, and I said, oh yeah, did it Carrie? I told her, I let her know, and he came over later, or last night, he was like, dude, I didn't even know that was Carrie. He's like, I didn't even make the connection. Every time he hears her on my live, he's like entranced by her. And and half the time he doesn't even realize that it's the same person. And that's how you know it's like real. You know what I mean? He's like genuinely entranced by her. One thing you don't see, so Jessa on Instagram is saying, one thing I don't see anyone mentioning about TikTok is the difference in content control for Chinese kids versus kids everywhere else. Yeah, I mean, that's true for, like, China has different rules on its internet. Oh, shoot, I don't know if it's... Sorry, I don't know what that does. Ay. It just went black on there. There we go. Is that working still? So China has Jezza. Are you still in here? I don't even know. I'm trying to answer the question. I accidentally got stuck. I'm just going to answer it anyway. China has different rules for its internet and apps in general already. So there's like just different content moderation. But it's like a separate app. It runs completely separately from China's version of it. It just so happens that it's like the same, basically like source code. It's the same like baseline algorithmic code. But, you know, China does a lot of things. If the U.S. were to pass laws about social media, like content for kids, TikTok would have to follow those laws in the United States. So if the United States is so concerned about the content that children are seeing on the app, it should pass laws that like talk about the content that children see on any apps, if that makes sense.
Right. I don't think that's I mean, not that you were making the argument, but the people that do to make the argument of what kids are seeing online, that's up to their parents.
A lot of it is, but like, for example, like Australia just passed a law basically outlawing social media for kids under 16.
I'm firmly in the field of what your kids do and don't do is the parents' job.
Mega, TikTok exists in China, but it exists as Douyin. It's a different, like, it's the same base algorithm app, but it's a separate app. It's new, Halo. Yeah, they just passed it in Australia. Yeah, same baseline algorithm, like we said.
What I'm saying is I just feel like that's an excuse that some people want to use for, you know.
Yeah. Well, again, it's all an excuse.
Things.
It's like if there was such an issue with it being done, they would make a law about it being done, not specifically just about TikTok. If you don't want kids getting certain content or being susceptible to certain types of content on social media, make laws to that effect.
Right.
Make laws to that effect.
And if people are afraid that their children might get access to it, maybe be better parents.
Yeah. Yes, Jessa, exactly. It's heavily government controlled in China. For tracking their people. They don't need TikTok to track their people. You can do fine without TikTok. Just like Americans can be tracked just fine without TikTok, and we are.
Yeah, all you gotta do is just, if you're carrying your little smartphone around, there you go.
Yep. Hi, El Johnny. Oh my God, this is one IRL person that I would not be embarrassed to enter at this live. CCTV guy, yeah, that too. Well, does it though? Does it though? We got one of the most photographed cities in the world covered by CCTV, and we can't even get a guy who pew pew manifesting on Johnny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I was hoping for him that he wasn't carrying his personal smartphone with.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he just put his headphones in. Hi. Exactly. So Jessa on Instagram just made a good. Oh, I was just saying hi, John. I was saying that you're one person that I would not be totally embarrassed about coming on my Instagram live stream. I'm live on TikTok primarily, but I'm also live on YouTube and Twitch. And this is the first time I'm live on Instagram. And it's making me very nervous because it's like 0 to 2 people, and it's mostly people I know. John says hi, everyone. So yeah, Jessa said, well, we have drinking laws to prevent kids from drinking. Why not have content control laws to prevent stupidity from growing? Yeah, that would be great. Another thing another set of laws that would stop stupidity from growing is, we could bring back our education and stop banning books. But something tells me that's not actually the concern. That's not the major concern going on.
Right.
That's speculation, Mega. So he ditched a burner. That was originally what we thought, that he ditched a burner, but then it turned out that then it was like he dropped a phone and a water bottle that had like DNA. That to me, when I heard that, I was like, uh-oh. Because if the water bottle was accidentally dropped, that's concerning because that would suggest that the phone might have also been accidentally dropped. I hope not. I hope it was a burner that was on purpose dropped, yes. It's a xenophobic issue, you believe? Yeah, yes. It's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah. I agree, _ Yeah, I've literally never seen an Instagram live. I don't know how to watch them. I don't know what they look like. I'm live on Instagram for the first time ever now. And yeah. We need to invest more in teachers, professors. Yeah, that too. That too. How did it show up for you, Halo? Like, how did you find my live? And how about you, John? How did you find my live on Instagram? I don't know how it works on Instagram. Politicians are less useful than teachers. I agree. The attack on education started taking off with Leave No Kids Behind under George W. Bush administration. Yeah. Notification. Oh, you got a notification. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Okay. So kind of similar to TikTok. Got it. And people are getting notifications. All right. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not even wearing makeup today. We just got done with a face mask. I guess Instagram doesn't know about this. Works the same way as, okay. But I have so many fewer options. Literally I have no options. It's so annoying. What's new in NYC? Oh, nothing. We've just got a freedom fighter on the loose. You may have heard a little something about it. It just shows at the top.
Is that the same John that is from over here?
No, this is a John I know because his family were family friends with my family growing up. We've known each other since we were very young children.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Robin Hooding. Yeah.
Yeah, Robin Hoodie.
Robin Hoodie. The Adjuster is the other one
The
that's
Adjuster.
taken. It's Mr. L. Johnny the First. Oh man, not a water bottle. Wait, really? Purple? They had no idea about the UHC situation? How is that possible? Do they just not? What? How is that possible? Do they just not go online ever? Oh my god. They just don't go online. They don't watch TV. They don't like look at newspapers. They can't read.
And obviously they don't have a TikTok.
Yeah. Are we all just chronically online? No, because this is like a NYPD response, the likes of which like this city has never seen. Like, this is a wild response from the NYPD. And it's also everywhere. It's like in all like just mainstream media and stuff too. You don't have to be chronically online. Yeah. It's so lame. That's funny. I love that.
And for future reference,
Yeah.
if this sort of thing happens again, everybody should find out what kind of clothes the person is wearing, go out, get matching stuff, and then run all over the city.
Yeah.
Dropping stuff everywhere.
That fucking backpack. Amazing. Full of Monopoly money. Purple, did you tell him about the Monopoly money? Yeah. So good. So amazing. Amazing. Oh god.
It would have been funnier though if he'd had a,
Just
you
joking.
know, a Marx book in the backpack.
Yeah, right. He did. Purple, did you tell him that he would be reviled by like everyone in America? Friend? Oh god. Should have left Trump coins. Yeah. Macy sold out on the jacket with a discount code FRIEND. Amazing.
That is hilarious.
My god. I guess we're not getting much MAGA coming in. Fishing for MAGA.
Yeah, we haven't exactly been on the MAGA hot topics.
I guess everyone's like united right now. On, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
Did you see, oh my god, did you see Elon Musk tweet defund the poor?
What? What is he? No, I did not. What is that? What does he mean?
What do you think? He just means like exactly what it sounds like he means, is my best guess. Defund the poor.
No, I certainly
The
haven't
richest
heard that.
man on earth saying defund the poor, and people still fucking are obsessed with the man. Yeah, we already defunded. Yeah, exactly. The whole reason they're poor is because they are defunded. That is the point.
Yeah.
Defund the defunded.
He's so smart.
I'm mostly seeing people talk about it. You couldn't? I just saw a screenshot. So maybe not. It's possible it was fake. All right. Fine.
Yeah, possibility. Still
All
funny
right.
though.
Fact checked. Thank you. He has it saved in his drafts for sure. Someone should convince him to post it. Wouldn't take much. He did
Is he
tweet to defund the ACLU, which is crazy because it's like the ACLU doesn't receive government funding. You fucking knucklehead. I wish I could use harsher words with these people on here.
Well, maybe that day is coming. That last day.
I'm gonna hold out hope. I'm gonna be on my best behavior all the way through. A part of me is just always gonna be holding out hope that they'll bring it back.
Yeah.
It'll come back somehow. Yeah.
I guess try to stay positive. That's what I try to do. Try to stay positive.
Yeah. Khaki stocracy. Yeah, what is kakistocracy? I mean,
Don't know.
heavy thoughts. Yeah. Yeah, Johnny. We're talking earlier about TikTok getting banned. I now pay my bills through TikTok, so it's a very frustrating, concerning thing happening. It's happening. It's concerning by, ruling by the rich, but wasn't that oligarchy?
Yeah, maybe somebody just come up with another name for it.
Government by the least suitable or competent citizens of a state.
Oh yeah.
So
it
is ruling by the rich, yeah. Oh, Johnny, it might be banned. Johnny says, I don't think it'll get banned. There would be a rebellion. We'll see about that. What are we gonna do? What are we all gonna do with our time? Talk to each other? That's a great point. That is a great point. God, can you take the wheel for 2 minutes? I gotta excuse myself to the ladies' room. Thank you.
That's what we do on here is talk to each other.
Yeah. Asleep at the wheel, as always.
Sleep at the wheel.
Hey God, I'm still here.
Hey, what's going on? I don't know what was Vine got banned. I don't know what Vine is.
Oh, that was another of those short form video apps, I think.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know if it was an app or a website. I wasn't really on it.
Another one that says Trump is pro TikTok now, but I don't know. He's pro a lot of things, but mostly anti stuff.
No, God cannot read your comments. Sorry, Jessa. Sorry, Instagram is the only one. Instagram Live seems to be the one that I can't. Actually, I guess on TikTok, no one can read the multi-chat. If you guys want to see the chat from all the apps, you can see it on Twitch or on YouTube. But the Instagram chat does not go there.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll eventually have to get some of those other apps.
Well, you have YouTube.
Yeah, I have YouTube.
Trump is pro TikTok now after they paid him a visit at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, but apparently at the latest interview, he was like hemming and hawing. It wasn't even like taking a strong stance either way. What do I use?
Probably like the MAGA saying he was pro raising minimum wage at the McDonald's or whatever whenever he wasn't. He just danced around the question.
Yeah. You'll all have to multi-stream to see all the comments, yeah. Sorry.
Yup.
Sage. Right now I'm using Social Stream Ninja, but I have like mixed. It's like so. It's apparently like the one that everyone loves. I used to use Castor Labs. Castor Labs is kind of new, so sometimes it has bugs. This one is like everyone's favorite, but I think it also is quite buggy and has some issues, but we'll see. I don't know.
Whenever my buddy on here, Phil, is live, if you'd like, I'd ask him what he uses because he multi-streams to, I think, pretty much
Yeah,
everywhere, and
please.
he's got all the comment sections from all of them on the screen.
Does he have it on TikTok too?
Yep.
Where does he put it? I could put it. I could definitely put it on TikTok, but it's
It does crowd up the screen, and he only recently started doing that whenever the TikTok ban became a reality thing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he always had them on there, but they were so small you could barely read them.
Yeah.
So I know it's possible. I just don't know what software or whatever they use to do that with.
Okay. Hold on. Group. Let's do text. Another group. Chat overlay. So I could add the multi-chat in like it's gonna like get super crowded, probably not be legible. And actually, let me see. Okay, the camera is gonna go dark for a sec. I'm gonna try 1 sec, okay? To TikTok.
Okie dokie.
Controls. Here we go. Snap. Oops. There we go. Okay. Stop virtual camera. Now I'm gonna start vertical virtual camera. Whoops.
Whoa.
I know. Hold on.
Nice.
Hold on. See.
No. This is perfect, just the way it is.
Shut up. Oh boy. Scenes. General. Come on.
Under pressure. Push that down on me, no matter what.
Center to screen. Full screen. Fit to screen. Hey, what the hell? For some reason, it won't let me change to like a different. Couldn't change scenes during multi. Oh, okay. All right. Add source.
This might work. I would definitely stop scrolling if I was scrolling along and come across this. I would stop for a minute for sure.
I'm sure you would. OBS virtual camera. Okay. Settings. Come on.
Those face masks are really working.
Sorry, it's just TikTok Live just like got rid of, I guess, a bunch of settings that I used to have. It's kind of annoying. Here. Fit to screen. Okay. How's that?
That's back to normal.
Back to normal, right? Back to, okay, cool. So, unfortunately, it's not going to work on Instagram. Oh, thank you. We're weird. Everyone's weird. We love weird.
It's trending.
Wait, can we all give a shout out? Whoops. Oh man, I missed some messages. Jessa said, I can't even scroll back on the, oh man. All right. Oh, here we go. I'm too elevated to keep up. I'm calling it a night. Sweet dreams, people. See you when the revolution starts. This is for God. Pray for us who when the protesting starts. It's going to be historic. Johnny says, can we all give a shout out to our favorite teachers? Mine was my history teacher at Mr. Holmes. Amazing man who would play out the stories live. Oh, that's cool. Did voices and everything. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, for always making the extra effort and making classes so entertaining. Oh, that's so sweet. I feel like I missed that.
Yeah.
We just had someone new hop up on this. Is that what just happened?
Oh, on here, yeah. I don't think their phone is working though.
So look, I can bring the chat on here if you want the multi-chat.
Yeah, that's how Phil's is.
Is that how? Can you read that?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I'm gonna. Filters. Crop pad.
Ethan, you may have to get a bigger phone. A new phone for you. Too big. There you go.
Yeah, sorry, I'm like. Wait, who just joined the thing?
The stream, I think that's me.
Hi, who are you? Sorry, I don't have the like guest thing up, so I can't even see your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Nando. I was here
Oh,
the
hi,
last couple.
Nano. Yeah.
Hey, hello.
How's it
What
going?
are we talking about?
Right now, not much. Let's see.
Not much, but I will say yours. It says your service is 1 bar and kind of iffy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I can do about that.
This is annoying.
We're talking about ghosts.
Talking about ghosts?
Someone just said that in the chat.
We can talk about ghosts. Do you want to talk about ghosts? while I just try to. Close. Okay.
I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I don't know, man. I haven't seen any ghosts at all. I want to believe. I want to believe this. All that creepy type of stuff is true, like Wendigos and all of that. But I don't know, man. There's a guy that's on TikTok. He's constantly in like Wendigo forest, like calling them out, and in the middle of the night too, and nothing's happening. I don't know. Anybody have anything to say about that in the chat? They're cool.
Yeah,
Maybe the ghosts don't want to be friends with him.
Yeah.
I have bad eyesight. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. I have actual real life ghosts. Oh, I wonder if you can be part of ghosts. Part-time ghosts.
Let's see if this works. A film out of ghost stories. Yeah.
I get bored haunting all night in here. Okay. Can we talk about the Hawktua girl? She dropped a meme coin and rug pulled.
Yeah. Jeez.
A lot of people. I already didn't like her. She didn't want to give any credit to, I guess, the guys that kind of shot the video of her that made her blow up. And she was like, "Oh, why should I thank them for?" I'm like, I mean, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't know about you at all. And then,
But
and
what
then this
credit where? Where did you want her to give them credit?
Well, I mean, she she kind of like, if basically if they hadn't done that, and then she also turned around and tried to go sue them for the rights to that video.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but if it weren't for them talking to her and putting her online, then nobody would know about her at all. And now
Sure,
she's
but but you want her to give them credit in what way?
No, I mean, but I don't like the, when I don't care about the credit part. The suing part is kind of tragic. I don't think that's cool at all. I mean, it's fine if you don't want to say, whatever, but I mean, like, you turn around and want to go sue these people. I don't think that's very cool. I mean, I think it's kind of, I think it's kind of cold. And then now she's involved with this $1 million rug pull with the Paul brothers. If you guys know about them, they work with scams a lot. CoffeeZilla covers it a lot. And they're in the middle of like lawsuits because they want to say they're defaming them. But I don't know. I mean, it just wasn't good vibes for me. Basically, it's not. It's kind of like a. It's kind of a thing. Who knows? Maybe she's innocent. Maybe somebody she was working with some bad people. I mean, she was involved with Jake Paul under some one of his companies. And everybody was calling the fight that he hosted with Mike Tyson kind of a scam because they were showing him training and a lot of cues and like basically everybody saying that was not a real fight and
Really?
yeah, it's not good business with them. Like I don't know, I just don't.
Oh, I mean, fuck those guys, but I didn't see anything about the fight being like supposedly a scam or anything like that. That's just funny.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think Mike still got it. He's not really that old yet. I mean, I think he could have. And then they also compared his footage to fights that he had coming back out of retirement before Jake. But who knows? I don't really trust him. To be honest with you, I don't. I mean, there's too much stuff that's alleged. And I'm just like, at a certain point, there's so many flags per se, that you got to take those into a whole consideration, kind of by themselves.
Yeah.
And I think it happened like 2 hours after she dropped the coin, stuff was pre-sold, and then it all dropped like tragically. And CoffeeZilla is like very reputable in that space of calling out all these people that want to say some stuff's like scammy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm waiting to see what, I don't know if he has said anything. I've been busy with work and stuff, but yeah, I'm curious to see what he puts out about that. Yeah, that's not cool. A lot of people put their money in. I heard there's lawyers that are going around saying, um, give us some information and, basically putting out ads for the victims. So see how that goes. I don't think anything will happen. It seems like nothing happens to celebrities anymore. Like I
Well,
feel
but
like
it's not. I mean, I guess I don't know how. I actually don't know how illegal it is really to. I mean, unless it was specifically a pump and dump scheme, and they can prove that. Like she's allowed to make something. She's allowed to sell something that's effectively worthless out there, and like
I guess yeah.
profit. She's
People say,
allowed to do it. I like personally. I have like very little sympathy for people who bought in on a random fucking crypto coin just because it's like that's a crypto coin that's made in the name of or in the brand of a joke, like a single joke, character. It's just the fucking like the Hawk Tua girl. That's what made you buy into a crypto thing. Like at that, I don't know. Like, how did you not know it was a scam?
how do you?
What do you
Yeah,
fucking? What do you mean?
like she. Yeah. Like she's not really well established. Like, what do you expect from like she
Yeah.
kind of blew up like a few months ago, like as opposed to something that's like from a stronger company that you can actually invest into, like the S&P 500 or something. This is not financial advice, but I'm just saying, I don't really sympathize with people that kind of went in on that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It is like pop culture. Everybody seems to be doing it. I mean, except me. I don't do it. I feel like I just miss the waves, but I'd rather miss and keep my money, I guess.
Yeah, I just don't. People bought into a purely speculative asset. Like, that's it. Like, there's not. No one's. It's not actually a currency because no one's actually using Hawk Tua coin to like buy or sell anything. It is purely speculative, and like they're surprised that someone sold before they did, pulled the rug out. Like it's just that's literally it's exactly what they bought. That's exactly what they bought. That's kind of the thing. It's like they weren't really scammed. They got exactly what they bought. A purely speculative thing that is like has no intrinsic value. Zero intrinsic value. Yeah, Bitcoin's been up. It's been up and down, but it hit a new high this week.
What's the high
Last week.
right now?
What's that?
What's it at right now? What's the high?
I'm not sure what it's at right now, but it hit 100,000 a few days ago for the first time ever.
Wow.
Yeah, something called a meme coin can exist. Yeah, it's just wild. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the couch cushions. I may have some of them bitcoins laying around somewhere.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, like in the couch cushion at one of these coin jars or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't tell when it's like frozen on.
What kind of music do you listen to, bro? Do you look?
I mean, I don't know. Mixed. I don't really like sit and listen to music the
Right.
way.
Probably stay busy. Do you have like a preferred genre or anything like that?
I like kind of retro sounding music. Like, I go through like eras, 60s, 70s. It's just very much my era in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I feel that. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Back by Faith. Wow. Do you guys like Maroon 5 or LinkedIn Park? I know about Maroon 5. I'm not crazy about them, but I think their stuff's it's really cool, I think.
Did you say LinkedIn Park? Because that's what I'm calling them from now on.
LinkedIn Park. No, I don't do Spotify. I quit Spotify when they gave Joe Rogan $200 million. Looks like I was ahead of the curve on that one. See, this is why you gotta follow my lead, guys.
You don't like Joe Rogan?
No.
Why?
Do you?
Why? No, I know. I mean, no, not at all. But why don't you?
He's a terrible fucking person who platforms terrible fucking people and pretends to like just ask questions, but really just doesn't push back on horrible, horrible ideologies and bullshit and misinformation, and doesn't nearly give as much time or platform or consideration to actual demonstrable facts and good people and stuff. I think it's fine to have an open mind to things, but like to have an open mind to things that you can literally very easily fact check and find are false is just stupidity. You should not have an open mind to things that you can fact check and find are false. And you should also not be like horribly racist and misogynistic and platform people who are. Yeah, fuck that shit. No.
Yeah, people. Yeah, I personally think his stuff is super boring. So I mean, I don't even listen to it at all. But I bet if I ever did, or caught some like a whiff of what he was up to, I bet I wouldn't like it. I already think he's like super super boring. But I'll take your word for it, Brenna. LinkedIn Park's amazing. What is this example?
Have I mentioned that I come from? I mean, I used to listen to Joe Rogan, by the way. I used to be a listener, and I chose to stop. This isn't me coming at this from like someone who doesn't know or whatever. I used to listen to Joe Rogan, and I moved away from him. He uses the N-word repeatedly. He's the guy who gave Jordan Peterson a fucking platform and all of his bullshit misogyny and like demonstrably false bullshit. And he literally, I mean, he will listen to people like telling him these theories that you can look up. You can Google what they're saying and see that they are misrepresenting facts or just outright lying. Like you can fact check most of his guests and he does not actually fact check them. And he just like, again, yeah, having an open mind is great. But don't have an open mind to stuff that you can literally find is false. Like you can prove, if you can prove it's false, you probably shouldn't be that open to it.
Yeah. What about
and then and then lo and behold, he ended up endorsing Trump. So fuck that guy. But I also I was in no way surprised. Like I said, I quit Spotify. I canceled my Spotify subscription when they gave Joe Rogan $200 million. I think it was $200 million. Was it 20 million? I don't know. 20 million? It might have been 20 million. $20 million. And I was like, and Spotify, who is known for like not paying its artists very well, can somehow afford 20 million to give to this one fucking super problematic knucklehead who even back then I was like, this guy is going to fucking plunge us deeper and deeper into fascism. And lo and behold, that's exactly what he did. He did that on Spotify's dime. Don't forget, Spotify funded the guy. Okay, Spotify has effectively helped fund like part of fucking Trump's campaign. So you can do whatever the fuck you want with Spotify, but I don't pay them anything.
Do you know about Hassan Piker?
Yeah, I love Hassan Piker.
I heard from the H3 shows like what I tap into, and I don't know. They said he had some type of guy that was like some like a type of terrorist that worked for the UGs or something like that. I don't really
use the T word.
Don't use the T word.
Sorry. My bad.
You're saying your H3 podcast?
Yeah, I listen. I mean,
I used to watch them. In their early days. They are super Z. They're super pro-is and are super Islamophobic. And that's why they keep going after Hassan. Because they are super, super pro-is and are going after any fucking creator that's even the least bit progressive. And yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's too complicated for me to understand. Like, that or I'm just really
It gets us filtered on here, Jake. No, Jake, it gets us filtered on here.
Yeah, it gets us filtered, man. Don't say it. But yeah, I'm really there for like the comedy and like really the funny skits. Like, and it's 3 hours long, so it helps when I'm doing like long stretches of work, basically.
All the apps are, Jake.
Yeah.
I will say I stopped listening to them like years ago. I stopped listening to because I like also. I just got this vibe. It's funny because I don't know how many times I can say it without sounding like an fucking. Oh yeah, okay. So in February 2024, Spotify announced a new multi-year partnership with Joe Rogan for the Joe Rogan Experience, worth up to $250 million. Yeah. See, that's the thing. Spotify is funding that bullshit. Spotify is funding that. Hey, I do not pay Spotify. I canceled my subscription as soon as they announced that. So I don't do Spotify Wrapped. I don't engage in that bullshit. Sorry. All of the apps are, Jake. And so I was gonna say, I know it sounds like terrifying, like not terrifying. What's the word? I'm saying it sounds silly. I keep being like, oh, well, I hated that before it was cool. But like H3 was one of those things that like way back when I listened to like very early on, back when like YouTube was just kind of, those types of creators were becoming a thing on YouTube. And like I ended up like drifting away from YouTube on the whole. But even early on, like I knew when I like, they made a few mentions on with regards to their politics on the situation and I got the ick because I grew up outside of the US, so I had a very different like narrative than the American. I grew up with a Western narrative on it, very much still like pro is, but some of the ways they said a couple of things made me go like, oh, these are not good people. Like I do not like their stance on this. And yeah. I don't know, Jake. I assume so. But it's not about supporting or not, Jake. It's about supporting an ongoing G side.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably made the right call back in the day because now, I mean, Ethan will have like a whole week where he will just really dive in and really do like reaches and calling people anti-S words, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know if I could, what I can say, but, and he, like, just recently, he had an episode where he dove into Dan Bilzerian, just speaking out on said topic we're covering just now. Clearly because he's losing, like, a lot of attention, and that's really why he's doing it. And then he just went on his video comment by comment for like an hour, and I was just like, this is ridiculous. I kept skipping through forward, seeing the end of this, and it just wasn't. I was just like, all right, this show is just becoming ridiculous at this point.
I don't know who that is that you were talking about, like Dan. What is this? Okay, we lost him. We lost him.
Yeah, I don't have any idea what that podcast or whatever it is either. I've never seen or heard of it.
You never heard of H3?
Uh-uh.
You might have seen them on other people's podcasts. Ethan and Gila Klein. They're like a couple.
Yeah.
They've been around since the beginning, basically.
I don't remember. I might know them if I heard them or seen them.
Yeah, did you see is now just invading Syria, trying to take advantage of of Assad falling? I saw this amazing TikTok of a woman being like, she's like, I'm not a refugee anymore. She's like, I'm not a Syrian refugee. I'm just Syrian. We're going home. And then a couple hours later, I saw that story about and I was like, shit, girl.
Yeah, I saw that same video.
Yeah. Yeah. They're going to take over Syria too.
I'm so sorry. Mute, I guess, and if that works.
It's not him, Jake. It's Congress, and it's not. It's literally what every American Congress has done since its creation. Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, fuck him, fuck Congress for doing it. I'm not defending it, but it's not like him specifically. It's every fucking Congress has done it since its creation.
Yep.
The squeakle. His expansion was one of them. Yeah. That's what I've been saying too, Abe. I mean, the fucking depressing thing is people who supposedly their one cause, their one, the single issue that they voted for was PAL, supportive of PAL, or chose not to vote for, let's put it that way. And whichever iteration it took, they helped him win. And it's so sad because it's like, if that's what you cared about, you just sentenced a whole lot of PAL people to unalive. It's heartbreaking. But yeah. Ay. It is getting, all right, it's like 1:20 a.m. It's kind of quiet tonight. I guess because it's a Sunday night. So I'm thinking I might, I don't know, wind down, shut the stream down. What do you think? West Coast is still 10. And it's coming back up.
I'm back. Is the audio better?
Yeah. I was just saying, I think I'm gonna end the stream soon, because it's getting kind of late and it's very quiet tonight.
Yeah.
All right, bon appetit, Jake. I know, Abe. I'm looking forward to it, really. I hope. Yeah. I hope it doesn't have to boil over all inclusively. I hope just one or two small things will lead to some sweeping change. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we all get caught in the crossfire. And it's kind of scary.
Yeah, Trump's coming forward with some of these zero tolerance policies. I'm not sure what that means. It is kind of scary. I mean, when he was first elected, my mom down here in Texas had sent over tons of money to build a house in Mexico because we didn't know how it was going to go. And I'm not sure how it is right now. I'm here. I've been here for a long time, and I'm with DACA right now, so that's like my thing. But I mean, I'm a little worried. I don't know how it's gonna go, but I mean, but at the same time, I'm not really like I don't know. I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm not. They let in millions of people. I mean, I don't know if that's even the right number, but it's a lot. I'm actually meeting them here. Just a lot of people that are I just got here 6 months ago or something, and they're decent people, but it's just like I feel like it must be a heavy weight to bear for, I guess, for the system here. I don't even know, I guess, what I'm saying, but the general idea. It is kind of scary though. I don't know. I mean, a lot of immigrants even that had been here for a long time are very upset that these people that were just coming over because we had to do so much due diligence.
If you're a DACA recipient, though, ironically, that's not your case.
cool.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, I support DACA. You know, I absolutely am very supportive of DACA recipients. But DACA recipients, by definition, were undocumented.
Right. Yeah.
So for DACA recipients to suddenly be like anti-undocumented immigrants is like, well, that's not really. You didn't, to be like, well, we had to do due diligence. It's like, no, DACA recipients literally by definition had to be undocumented, which is fine. Like, I have no problem with that personally, but like, yeah, to like pull up the ladder behind you is a little bit like.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of work, man. It's a lot. I mean, I guess they're gonna feel the weight of what processes they actually have to do to keep their stay here in the United States. I mean, I have a friend. We work together, and we both discuss what's going on. But they like it here. They don't want to go.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. But it is worrisome because he did take DACA away right in the middle of, I think it was, what year was it? It might have been 18 or 16. He took it away, and it was gone for a little bit, and then it made a return somehow. I don't know what was going on, but I was like, okay, now I gotta go talk to my lawyer and send for my stay, basically, which is good, but it's just so scary. A lot of this stuff that's happening, like a lot of the people, they just seem they seem intimidating, like without a doubt. They're just like, yeah, I don't know this guy that yeah, man, I wish I knew more. I wish I was more well versed. But I guess I will be here shortly. But I don't know.
Yeah.
But I guess they got to do what they have to. I guess.
Yeah, exactly, Vinny. That's kind of what we were talking about the other day. There's a small chance, Josh, but I'm not holding out hope. I'm not very hopeful. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna, like I said, it's kind of late. The cabinet nominations are straight up psychopathy. Yes, exactly. All right.
We didn't manage to get any MAGA riled up or nothing.
I know.
Still a good talk, I guess.
Too bad. If you guys are on the stream, if you're still awake and you're enjoying it, please find me on the other apps. I'm at perezbrenna on just about every app you could think of, except for Twitter. I'm not on there. On YouTube, I'm perez.brenna, but if you look up my name, you'll find me anyway. Please, please, please find me on the other apps because this one's going away soon. Thank you guys. This was really lovely. Happy Sunday. Thank you for
Good night, Ethan. Good night, other person.
Thank you guys.
And people.
See you soon.
Bye, Brian.
Teasy. Hold on. Going away. How dare you, Teasy? This shit pays my bills. It's just you and me now. I'm about to shut down the horizontal stream. No, Teasy. You want me to go hungry? You want me to starve? Because I will starve, Teasy. I'll look fucking great, but it won't be fun. And I'll be very cold because I will also not have an apartment. That's what you want? Thanks so much, Teasy. Really appreciate the support. All right. I'm going to go